January 31st, 2024 meeting of the Transportation Commission to order. And Ariana, would you read the instructions, please?
Yes, okay. Welcome to our virtual meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Ariana. Aiden, if you'd call a roll, please.
Sure thing. Juliana Bennett.
I don't think I see her. Do you?
No, I don't. MGR Govindarajan. Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Barbara Harrington McKinney. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber is excused. Denise Jess.
I'm here.
Pepe Barros.
Here. It's going to take me a sec to turn on my video. I'm just getting home.
Sure.
Nope. No problem. Thanks, Pepe.
Darren Wozniewski.
Present.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Nikki Vandermeulen. Bill Bremer.
Here.
And Harold Kleems.
Here.
Okay. Everybody have an opportunity to, Bill, since we're missing some folks, let's see, Robbie's gone, and we've got several other folks gone. So way it stands right now, you're voting right now. We'll keep an eye on that to see if that continues. Did everybody have an opportunity to review the minutes? Chris.
Move approval of the minutes.
Alder Martinez Rutherford.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Chris, did you have no? Okay. Any discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote. Darren?
I'm going to abstain because I didn't attend last meeting and didn't view it afterwards.
Okay. All right. Alder, I'm sorry, can you pronounce your name for me, please?
Are you referring to me?
Yes.
It's pronounced Ugair.
Say it again.
Don't worry about it.
Gugair. Say it again.
It's like Yougair. Ugair. You have
Ugair,
to
okay.
Spelling, then it's easy.
Okay, thank you, Alder Ugair. Yes.
Yes.
What was your question?
I didn't raise a question. If I raised my hand, I didn't mean to.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much and welcome. Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no. If so, please raise your hand, or if you wish to abstain like Darren did. Okay, the motion is carried. Do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda, Aiden?
Nope, we do not.
Okay. All right. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Okay. We have two items proposed for the consent agenda this evening, items 2 and 3. Do we have anybody registered on these items registered to speak on these items, Aiden?
Nope.
Okay, does anybody wish any of the items to be separated? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, so we have item 2, Legistar 81590, and item 3, Legistar 81632. Is there a motion for the consent agenda? Harold?
Move approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Alder Martinez, oh, Chris. I can't tell who got there first. We'll say Chris. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion at all? Okay, we're going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, thanks. So we will move on to item number 4, which is creating the City of Madison Honorary Street Name Program. And I see Alder Govindarajan has joined us. So we'll add you to the list here. Okay, I think that Rebecca is going to present this evening. Welcome.
I am. Thank you, Chair.
If you'd like to just tell people who you are and where you work.
Of course. My name is Rebecca Kinnear. I'm an urban planner and urban designer with the Planning Division, and I have been tag teaming a lot of this work with our friends in both traffic engineering and engineering on both of the policies, the one that you just passed, the regular street naming policy, as well as creating this new policy for honorary street names. So thank you for having me. I do have a short presentation that I can keep very brief, just to give the background if you'd like.
Sure, that'd be great.
All right. Let's see this. All right, let's share. All right. Everybody's probably seeing all of it, and that never works, does it?
We're not seeing the slideshow view yet.
I know. Let's see. You know what? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to exit this. It always is tough. Figure this out. Now that is escaping me altogether. I apologize for this. I had it all ready to go, and now
no problem.
It's not.
I'm not an ace at screen sharing, so I'm no help to you. Sorry.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to leave this up because it's okay. You can see the slides that are going to come, and there aren't really any notes, so it is not a big deal. So,
okay.
So I'm here to talk a little bit about the street naming policy and the proposed changes in 2024. We started by doing quite a bit of policy research. There was a City of Madison street naming ResJ analysis, that's Racial Equity and Social Justice Initiative analysis. We also looked at our City of Madison Underrepresented Communities Historic Resources Survey Report. We looked at State of Wisconsin Historic Society criteria. We also looked at many other cities' street naming policies, both legal street names and honorary street names. And we also looked at some of the legal issues and making sure that we're maintaining this honorary program as government speech. So it's the city that is deciding to speak here as they do this process. So the ResJ analysis in 2021 found, there were some racial and social inequities of the current street naming policy. And luckily, we have really worked hard at fixing some of that with the policy that you just passed. In fact, this slideshow, if you saw it online, had both policies together because we really are kind of treating them as a package. And we saw that many of the deficiencies of the old policy. And so we wanted to put together two. And I hope that you're seeing everything. Are you still seeing the slide that I'm on? Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to do a double check.
Sure.
So we looked at revising the existing street name policy to be more inclusive and revising the policy for those street name changes as well. That's all a part of what you just passed. And then the second half of that was creating this honorary street name program. So we have one sign that's installed, as you can see. It's Willie Lou Harris Way, which is over off of Bram Street, on the south side of Madison, just off of Park Street. And that was really put in without any process. And it was decided that we really should have a process for this, as many cities do. We did have an APM 5-3, which is an administrative procedural memorandum that comes from the mayor's office that does allow their honorary street names, but it was really only to acknowledge streets whose names had been changed. One example of that would be like when Simpson Street on the south side turned into Lake Point Drive. And as I said, the Willie Lou Harris Way was installed without an official process. So we wanted to come up with a program, and we have the memo that's attached to this kind of goes into much more detail. But really, any honorary street name must meet one of three historic criteria. It must either honor the historically underrepresented. So we have a list of who those people that would be eligible, or events or important things that could be honored that have to do with that honoring the historically underrepresented. I'm not going to read the slide, but it talks about people that are Black, Indigenous, or people of color, LGBTQIA+, people with disabilities, and or women, or part of Madison's hidden history, who have made significant contributions to those underrepresented groups. The second criteria of a street name could be honoring Indigenous place names. And that's if we wanted to only work with our local tribal nations or Ho-Chunk partners in the area to honor those Indigenous place names. We don't want people to do it on their own. We want them to work with those other Indigenous groups. And the third is just maintaining the policy that we had, which is honoring former street names. After that, the second thing that any honorary street name must do is it must meet the street eligibility criteria. So if you pass one of those first three criteria of the history, then you need to find a place that meets all of these street eligibility criteria. So it must not duplicate an official street name. Only local or collector streets are eligible, no arterials or highways. It should avoid complicated intersections. It should avoid being on the square or any of the streets that are directly around the square or State Street. Streets with shared jurisdictions like Monona Drive, like streets that we have with Monona Drive has a shared jurisdiction. Parts of Atwood have a shared jurisdiction. There are many streets that we have that are part of Monona or Fitchburg, etc. We also want to make sure that if an application is considered and rejected for any one of these reasons, that same nominee may not be requested for a period of 5 years. And then the designation covers just a maximum of 2 contiguous blocks and shall be applied to a single street. And then once a street has been received a designation, no other applications for a part of that street. So I'm going to use East Washington Avenue, even though it's not eligible as an arterial and collector. If somebody did a piece of a really long street, no other part along that street would be eligible for a different name. And then lastly, we also have some guidelines. Now, these aren't as hard and fast, but we think that they're very important. But we realize that there might be exceptions to some of these in some cases. So these are really strongly worded guidelines that we think all nominations should follow through with. It should be, the honorary street name should have a demonstrable connection to the location of the street proposed for that name. If the honoree is a person, they must be deceased for at least 3 years prior to street naming. That is really to make sure that we're not doing honorary street names as a part of the grieving process, and that we give ourselves time to go through that process. And then upon reflection, as time has passed, we can kind of have better distance in understanding the importance of this program. Fourthly, street names must not honor a person, event, place that's already honored somewhere. So if we have a park or a park shelter or a building that's already named for that person, we shouldn't duplicate that with an honorary street name. And then lastly, it just needs to be approved by the city engineer if it meets all of those criteria. We do have a nomination process that we will work out the details on once this policy is passed. We wanted to make sure we got all the input from the various boards, committees, and commissions before we worked on a final application. But we think that nominations must include alder and family notifications if at all possible. It must include the relevant research about how it meets the criteria and the guidelines that we talked about earlier. And then those forms would be submitted to city engineering staff, vetted by staff from engineering, planning, traffic engineering, Department of Civil Rights, etc. And if the staff find the nomination is complete and sufficient, staff will just forward to the city engineer for approval. If there's any question about any of that, or if staff has some questions about some of the validity of the research that was done, he can request, or whoever the city engineer at the time is, can request additional input from the Landmarks Commission, as they are the kind of keepers and the creators of that underrepresented historic resources survey. And then lastly, and I think importantly, the city retains the right to remove an honorary street name at any time for any reason, as again, it's part of our process of allowing government speech in the right-of-way. Here's my last slide. Signs should be brown, located above the green street name sign. TE can design and fabricate and install those two signs. Talking to our traffic engineer, the existing budget can pay for up to probably 2 honorary street designations per year under our initial thought and initial budget that we have. And then maintenance, if damaged or stolen, vandalized. We've talked about how TE can replace the sign up to 3 times. We don't want, if it gets stolen, we don't want to have to keep doing it. And I think that is all I have. I will stop the share so I can see all of you. And then I'm ready to answer any questions.
Aiden, I'm assuming we don't have anybody registered to speak on this topic?
Correct, we don't.
Okay. Comments or questions? Pepe, go ahead.
Hi, Rebecca. Thank you for your presentation. My first question is on slide 11, you talked about avoiding complicated intersections. Would you mind elaborating a little bit more about that?
Sure. I think that's elaborate intersections where more than 2 streets come together, I think is where. Now, that doesn't mean that street, I'm trying to think of a good street, a good complicated.
How about the hairball intersection? That's
yeah, there you go. Again, many of those streets wouldn't be eligible because John Nolan Drive wouldn't be
right.
But it's that's great. So we wouldn't want the 2 blocks to be right where that intersection comes to be. If, for example, Williamson Street was eligible, which I don't think it is, I'd have to refer to my friends in traffic engineering. A portion of the street further east might work, but we wouldn't want that name to happen right where kind of 3 or more streets intersect.
And what is the reasoning for that?
I think it was mostly because we were trying to keep it very simple so that people, when they're at a complicated intersection, don't have additional cues that might make them think that they're going the wrong way. It was really about directional safety.
Okay.
And
yeah. I can kind of imagine, like all the signs, stacking on top of each other, I guess, and making it more complicated.
Yeah. Yang, did you have any other comments about that, Yang?
No. Rebecca summarized it pretty well. So, yeah, it's mainly for safety concerns.
Okay.
Awesome. And then on the next slide after that, you talked the very last step would be to be approved by a city engineer.
Yep.
I'm wondering, is this just because the regular process would be in case of any name change or new street because it needs to be approved by a city engineer? Or is it specific to this honorary name program?
It is not specific. In fact, we had started this honorary street name process a while back. And when there was a desire by the mayor to have us look at the real street or the legal street naming process, we took a pause for a while so we could work on them together. And we were thinking that this might get approved by the Landmarks Commission. But once we talked about through the regular legal street name and how that would best work through the city engineer, we then all kind of put our heads together and realized that having all of these processes have basically the same approval process would be really smart and making it simple. And so our city engineer, Jim Wolf, said, if I am just the person that approves, or a future city engineer is just the person that kind of does the final sign off, the work has been done by staff in advance of that. That way, everything really does have a simple process. So that's why the city engineer was chosen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pepe. Alder Figueroa Cole, go ahead.
So is this the new version of the policy, or is it the same one that was released, that was introduced in council a couple weeks ago?
It's exactly the same. Yes.
Yeah, I could have sworn that I read something about some input from the fire department, but then I can't find that piece there about the easy way to read the name. Was that in somewhere else, or?
Oh, that was part of the legal street name policy. That was just the number 2.
That's item 2, Alder.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, then never mind. Thanks.
Okay. They are very closely linked together, aren't they?
Yes. Yes. One is just the legal name, and this would be an honorary. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Sure. Thanks, Alder. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thanks for your presentation, Rebecca, and thanks, Yang, for your input. We need Bill, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Darren?
I second.
Okay, Bill, did you wish to speak to your motion at all?
No.
Okay. I'm going to assume, is there any discussion? Additional discussion? I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion's carried. And thanks very much, Rebecca and Yang, for the excellent presentation.
Thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, next we have item 5, adopting the Lake Monona Waterfront Master Plan. And I think Michael is going to start us off here. Is that right?
Right. Thanks, Chair.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Right. Hello, Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the draft master plan for the Lake Monona waterfront. I'm Mike Sturm. I'm the Parks Division Project Manager for the Planning Initiative. Tonight's presentation will include a brief overview of the plan development, the goals of the initiative, and the plan itself. The master plan report is a multifaceted document with recommendations for ecology, access, transportation, and programming improvements. I'll touch briefly on all aspects of the plan. I understand the Commission's focus is really on the larger transportation goals that are part of the recommendation. So I'll attempt to spend more time on those slides. And thank you, Chair, for giving me direction to focus on transportation-related things. I have about 50 slides. I'll work through them quickly. And it was originally it was 75. So here we go. Yeah. All right. First, it's important to note that the scale and scope of the master plan offers a unique opportunity for Madison to shape its connection to Lake Monona. The city has a long history of infrastructure projects taking precedence over public connection to the lakeshore, and the waterfront master plan is focused on correcting this imbalance. The lake is a tremendous natural resource for Madisonians, and as human beings, we simply do better in natural environments, and in particular when they're adjacent to water. Our lakes offer opportunities for physical health and fitness, as well as emotional health and restoration. The master plan seeks to foster and enhance a greater connection with the lake for residents, park visitors, while improving the natural systems present along the lakeshore. The importance of the city's connection to our lakes is not a new idea. With human habitation in the Four Lakes region extending thousands of years prior to European settlement. The first people settled here due to the region's unique waterway system, and the Four Lakes were the center of culture and commerce. After Native peoples were displaced with European development, more formal plans were necessary. Most notably, in the 1900s, John Nolan's seminal plan, Madison, a Model City, proposed a large green space along the Lake Monona shore. Unfortunately, although numerous plans were developed for the shoreline since then, none have been effectively implemented. The current planning effort traces its roots back roots back to an advocacy group of design professionals who in the 1980s reinvigorated interest in solving the disconnect with Lake Monona. Currently, the project is supported by the Friends of Nolan Waterfront, a nonprofit organization which grew from the original collection of volunteer advocates. To begin with, a quick definition. It's important to note that master plans are ultimately conceptual in nature. They are long-term documents that are intended to provide a flexible framework with regard to future improvements. Master plan implementation will require additional study, public engagement, and design development prior to construction. The planning area includes 1.7 miles of public shoreline and approximately 17 acres of public green space. The scope extends from Law Park to the north to Olin Park to the south, with the majority of the available green space of Olin Park with the majority of the available green space along Law Park and the causeway, primarily lawn and trees, with Olin Park offering a more naturalized setting. A more detailed view of the planning scope, the areas highlighted in green are city-owned properties. Madison Parks work closely with a variety of city partnering agencies, including city engineering, economic and community development, traffic engineering, and the water utility. Plan development included the formation of an interagency team that assisted in reviewing the proposed improvements. A quick overview of the planning process. The primary phases include developing a preliminary report, which was a pre-design document, holding the Lake Monona Waterfront Design Challenge, which was an open competition for professional waterfront design professionals, and the recent plan refinement phase. Given the scale and scope of the initiative, the city formed the Lake Monona Waterfront Ad Hoc Committee. The committee served as the decision-making body for the planning process. Another unique aspect of the process was the nationally recognized design competition. The Ad Hoc Committee was responsible for evaluating the submissions during the design challenge and team performances and selecting a team to proceed in the planning process. Community engagement for plan development was an extensive 2-year endeavor. Outreach included on-site intercept interviews, tabling at community events, stakeholder listening sessions, community workshops, large public event presentations, and online surveys. The initial pre-design outreach was encapsulated in the Lake Monona Waterfront Preliminary Report. The report formed the basis of information for the design challenge and subsequent community input on the 3 design submissions. During plan refinement, additional outreach occurred, shaping the plan you currently see. During both major development phases, Parks also worked closely with a consulting firm that specialized in engaging with Madison's communities of color to ensure their voices were raised in the process. Some examples of community input that was received during the design challenge. Over 2,400 completed surveys were received by the City of Madison Parks Division. Surveys included over 8,000 written responses, which were cataloged by type and focus. And as mentioned, the Lake Monona Waterfront Ad Hoc Committee guided the plan development process. When assembling the committee, Parks received over 40 applications from individuals interested in serving on the body. And through the mayor's recommendation process, 13 were approved by the Common Council to lead the plan development effort. The 13 members represent a diverse background of experience, expertise, and perspective, and they held over 40 meetings in a 19-month period to develop the plan. The Sasaki design team was selected by the Ad Hoc Committee through a vigorous evaluation process. The team is comprised of multidisciplinary design professionals with expertise in waterfront design. Tonight, as the Parks representative, I'm presenting the work of the Ad Hoc Committee and the Sasaki design team based on the public engagement work completed to date. The overarching goal of the master plan centered on the community goals of creating a visionary, inclusive, and environmentally focused waterfront. To guide the process, 6 principles were used in plan development. The 6 guiding principles informed all aspects of master plan development. notably a water dialogue, nature dialogue, a city dialogue, community and culture and architectural dialogues as well. These were overlapping lenses that informed the decision-making process by the ad hoc committee. The next series of slides show an overview of how those lenses were applied to the planning area. The nature dialogue focused on inspiring generational stewardship. Water dialogue as far as creating a living edge along the shore of Lake Monona. The community dialogue as far as equitable access to parks and programming. And also the cultural dialogue, recognizing the history of the site and cultures that have preceded our own, and ensuring those voices are part of the overall message of plan development. And then the connections. In this work focused on ensuring that the initiative is being led by city engineering with the reconstruction of John Olin Drive and the corresponding intersections at Broome, North Shore Drive, and Lakeside were incorporated within the plan, and that the plan was integrated and aligns with those design considerations. And now for the master plan itself. The master plan area is divided into 4 primary areas, and I'll begin first with the community causeway. So the community causeway includes a variety of lakeside amenities to encourage exploration and engagement with the lake. I think notably there are a variety of pier components. I think from a transportation focused perspective, what's unique about the plan that differs from the current condition is that the team looked at ensuring that there were a variety of pathways, and that paths were separated by rate of travel. So you'll see that there is a primary bike path, a primary pedestrian path, then also a secondary informal walking path. So the actual alignments of these will ultimately be coordinated with the John Olin Drive reconstruction project. This is sort of a conceptual diagram on how those connections will be made. It's important to note that the intersection improvements that are identified here, again, align with the work that's been completed by city engineering. Again, so the other factors involved with the plan development, the hydrology and ecology along the community causeway. Also identifying public art opportunities. Some images on what the improvements along the causeway might look like. Again, this is tying back to the understanding that master plans are conceptual. There's a significant amount of schematic design and design development that will occur before any construction begins. So a more detailed perspective, suggesting how that how the pedestrian realm will interface with the multi-use trail. Multi-season interest and activity. And then our next section will be the Lake Lounge. A variety of amenities are proposed for the Lake Lounge section as well. I think it's important to note the grade separated crossing that's being proposed up below John Olin Drive that extends from the lake shore to Brittingham Park, recognizing that this is an opportunity for the capital loop around Lake Monona to also connect with the southwest bike path. And here you can see a diagram that kind of illustrates how there are multiple routes of travel, again, establishing that hierarchy of pathways, and also ensuring that we're providing emergency vehicle access in the zone. Hydrology and ecology within this section. Public art as well. some example images. I think it illustrates that the proposed grade separated crossing does not simply need to be a concrete tunnel, that there are options for ensuring that it's a welcoming way to get across John Nolan Drive and make that greater connection to the west side of Madison. Perspective looking from the proposed Hamilton Street Pier, how that there's a existing view that will have the Capitol as its focal point. And now further south to the Olin Overlook. Again, we're seeing a higher level of programming at this section of park. The intent is that the northern portion of Olin will serve as a much larger hub connecting downtown to the south side of Madison, to the Alliant Energy Center campus, including the destination district as well. So there are a variety of site amenities to encourage that activation. And there's also, again, working towards a hierarchy of paths of travel, recognizing that the primary bike path will serve commuters, those more athletically inclined for cycling. But then we also have the primary and secondary pedestrian paths for more leisurely traveling through the site. The hydrology and ecology components and how the master plan is proposing ways to enhance and improve those existing natural systems. Public art. Again, the thought being to draw folks to this area of the park. Some example images. Overview of Olin with the proposed ecological and waterway improvements, and recognizing that it's overlaid with also the proposed transportation connections. Canopy walk is the central idea at Olin. And then to Law Park Ledge. So the Law Park Ledge area is one of the more complex pieces of the master plan, both from a programming perspective and also from a transportation perspective. So what you're seeing is the proposed decking over John Nolan Drive. This is an idea that has been brought forward in a variety of plans prior to this initiative. The design team and ad hoc committee were able to work out a solution that provides greater access to downtown while making that grade connection to the lakeshore. I think one of the key components is that item 13 and 12 that provides vertical transportation from that lower elevation level of the lakeshore to the raised deck over John Nolan Drive. There are 3 primary pathways that allow access. And what you see here is that in addition to essentially a single-story elevator, there is also a ramp condition, but then also a larger switchback ramp condition that's also included within that solution. And this starts to illustrate a little bit what's being proposed. So one of the aspects of note is that for commuting traffic, for cycling commuting traffic, the design intent is to route traffic below the raised deck. So that allows people to pass through the space without interfering with pedestrians utilizing the Shoreline Plaza area and the amphitheater. So when there's special events, that there is a route where cyclists can make their way through the site. You'll also note that the vertical circulation is identified, the elevator and the switchback ramp, and those provide access to the existing public easement connection to East Wilson Street, and then also an anticipated second connection to East Wilson Street with the current proposed development. The hydrology and ecology components of the Law Park Ledge. Tremendous opportunities for public art. Again, what it can look like from a programming perspective. Then again, that overview as far as the opportunities for larger gatherings, ensuring that there is sort of a legible transportation system that's in place for navigating the site. And then a larger overview of the Law Park Ledge, again, showing that proposed decking component. Again, how the bike path will thread below that decked piece. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
And do we have anybody registered to speak on this item? I think we have some people registered. Is that correct?
We do. We have 2 people registered for questions, but not wishing, or registered as available for questions, but not wishing to speak.
Would you like to read them off for us?
Sure. So Anna Carisi of North Ogden Street, Denver, Colorado, supports and is available for questions. And Alan Arnson of South Shore Drive, Madison, supports and is available for questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of the registrants? Okay. Comments or questions for Mike? Or any other staff who's on? A lot to cover here. Alder Romo, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the presentation, Mike. You know, we're going through a parallel process right now about locating the Amtrak station. And of course, Monona Terrace is like, you know, beloved by many, not a final decision by any means. Can you talk a little bit about the synergy and or complications of having that Amtrak with at this location if these plans were to be implemented in at least some form?
Yes, thank you, Alder. That's an excellent question. So I'm assuming most commission members are aware that one potential location for a new Amtrak stop in Madison is essentially directly below the proposed decking for the Lake Monona waterfront.
Let me just say, Mike, we had a presentation at our last meeting on that.
Okay, so I won't go into detail on that, but I think that there are definitely complexities here, but complexities that will lend themselves for something that could be really exceptional. I think that the current master plan for the Lake Monona waterfront really identifies sort of a general approach as far as how a deck space could be utilized as an urban green space. We also understand that the Monona Terrace is interested in expansion, and that this zone that's been identified is where they have a preliminary study that's been done. So it looks at how that could schematically work. I think that clearly that if there were a rail stop below this decking component, there would be ways of providing vertical transportation up through and to that space, and with connections to the terrace, connections to East Wilson Street, connections to downtown. I don't know the specifics on what the requirements for the rail stop would be, but again, I think that the proposed master plan does not preclude that from happening. And I think that, again, there is some opportunity here for some real synergy between all 3 planning initiatives. I'm afraid beyond that, I don't have any specific details about the rail stop. I believe it's one of is it 3? Maybe they've identified more, but I believe it's one of 3 potential locations
Yeah, there were more that we talked about last time. I think Tom Lynch is on. I don't know, Tom, if you have any other comments in that regard.
I have one more comment. So, my neighborhood listserv, who is notably cranky, right away thought about, Denise laughs because she knows, immediately started focusing on the Law Park Ledge and the maintenance costs in winter with snow. So I just thought I would share that with you as early feedback.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so this is a pretty unique endeavor for the city. It's something that will really transform how we're able to engage with Lake Winona. It will be part of our entry sequence as folks visiting Madison come into the city. And the Parks Division recognizes that the operational component of something as extensive and visionary as the Law Park Ledge will require something beyond our normal resources. So we are currently working with a group that is interested in potentially serving as, for lack of a better description, sort of an enhanced friends group that could help align those resources from a long-term maintenance perspective. So I think that that is something that would necessarily have to work through before the city would undertake something of this scale. And I think it's also important to note that from a regulatory perspective and in an engineering perspective, the proposed improvements at the Law Park Ledge have the longest possible lead time. It's measured in years to develop a plan for something like this to be constructed and to, consolidate the necessary resources for construction. So I think that there's time here to kind of work out these aspects. We have much more immediate projects within the causeway that we're working towards so that construction can occur, in sequence with the general and drive reconstruction if possible. That's the goal. So thank you. Excellent questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike.
Sure. Did any other staff have any other comments on Alder Rummel's questions?
Yeah, I just might state that the much of the Amtrak station via the Monona Terrace would be be more Wilson Street facing. Passengers would enter and exit on Wilson Street, and more of the logistics associated with the train station would be at the ground level, at the track level, and wouldn't necessarily preclude anything that's occurring.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Other comments or questions for Mike or any other staff? Alder Martinez Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a comment in regards to the potential of the train station there. As somebody who loves train travel and getting off in a new city off a train, this seems like a gorgeous place for people that initially get off to fall in love with Madison. So I really appreciate what you're doing here. So what we're doing here, whatever you're doing it. Okay, bye.
Thanks, Alder. It is a beautiful spot, no question. Other comments or questions? Alder Uyghur.
Yes, Mike. I've heard that Dane County is resuscitating their look at redeveloping the Alliant Energy Center, which is, of course, right adjacent to this whole project. Was there any interface at all with the study committee or with staff on how that might inform what they're going to do?
Yes, certainly. I did have great question. I did have we held a series of coordination meetings with their task force. Through the majority of the design timeframe for the Lake Monona Waterfront Master Plan, they were on a sort of a bit of a temporary hiatus, but it's great to hear that they're back looking at their development of their campus. We do recognize that, again, that will ultimately be another hub of activity within this region of Madison. And that's where the connections further south become critically important. We also know that once they start to finalize their plans to a greater degree, that ensuring that we have those connections further south outside the current planning area will also be a critical aspect of ensuring that this section of the city has multimodal connections for folks to access all these wonderful amenities.
Well, thanks, Mike. I got to run to another meeting.
Thanks for joining. We appreciate it. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Thanks, Mike. I'm pleased to see the below grade under John Nolan passage for bikes pads down by Brittingham Park as another way to get across John Nolan Drive, which I think is really critical for folks that are particularly vulnerable pedestrians. We've looked at that intersection at Broome and the one at North Shore for hours on this commission, and just trying to continually change the geometry on them to make them usable by everybody, and it's a puzzle. So often I'll walk up to the Wilson Street overpass to cross John Nolan Drive, even though it might take me multiple blocks out of my way, because it just feels so ridiculously unsafe to cross at Broome or North Shore. So happy to see that south underpass still in the plan.
Thank you for the comment. Yes, so I believe most folks are aware that city engineering is going to be undertaking a more detailed study of the opportunity of the underpass. So this work is really intending to build upon that and show how those connections can happen both on the lakeside, then also within Brittingham Park proper. It's a very exciting opportunity, and more to come. So thanks again for your comment.
Thanks, Denise. Is that all you had? Okay. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. You mentioned multimodal connection, and the one thing I just searched for transit in the whole master plan, and it's not mentioned at all. And I mean, I can in my mind kind of see how you would get to some of these places, or how you get somewhat close to them by transit. But has there been any thought given or any talk with Metro of like, yeah, how can some of these spaces be made accessible by transit?
Yes, certainly. I think a lot of those detailed discussions will occur as we move from sort of master plan level planning to design development, where we can identify where a transit stop makes sense, where it can be incorporated into the existing roadway system and serve the amenities that are proposed within the master plan itself. So I completely agree that there is another layer here that needs to be done from a metro planning perspective. And I think that maybe once the dust settles with the BRT a little bit, that we'll be able to engage in those conversations in greater detail.
Yeah, thanks. I guess my main concern is that because John Nolan Drive, you can't, like, crossing John Nolan Drive is very difficult. So you can serve some of the amenities from one side of John Nolan Drive, but not from the other. So just, yeah, I think it can be figured out. But yeah, I'm glad it's on your radar.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harold. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. So I was kind of interested in understanding the phasing a little bit. And it's in the end of the report, but it's really hard to make any sense of because the PDF is like broken up in weird ways. So I don't know if you want to talk through the phasing from a high level at all now, if it's a sort of concise conversation to have, but otherwise I would just really like to see some resource provided, maybe in Legistar or something that makes a little more sense of what's going on in the report.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, thank you. It's a great observation. I think that we wrestle a little bit with how to convey phasing information. your criticism is fair. So currently, the Parks Division has funding for design development for the community causeway improvements, and within our capital improvement plan, we've requested funding allocation within 2026 to build the majority of those improvements. Now, I think that what's going to be necessary is that Parks Division, in addition to our partnering agencies, will be exploring funding resources beyond the city. We know that we need to be pursuing federal, state, and private funding support for an initiative of the scale. And I think that will largely define the phasing process, what phases, the sequence of phasing and the extent of each phase. So the report is providing a general recommendation on how phasing might occur. But I think that ultimately we have a more near-term community causeway project that we're going to be working towards, and that future implementation phases will be largely dependent on securing the necessary funding resources for construction. So I'll take another look at those diagrams and see if there's a way where maybe I can kind of condense them or provide a key or more simplified explanation of kind of what they're proposing. But again, it's really just a very basic recommendation, recognizing it's really going to be resource dependent on how the phases come online.
Thanks. That was helpful. And I realize there's lots of moving parts, so it's tricky to say. I honestly think if you could include something like the visual you're showing us now in the report with just that sort of high level explanation could be really helpful.
Thank you. I'll work with our team on it.
Other comments or questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. We do need a motion for this council referral. Darren.
I move to refer to council. Is that what I'm?
Okay, so there's a motion to recommend, correct, Darren?
Yes, to recommend referring to council.
Okay, Alder Martinez Rutherford.
A second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Did you wish to speak to your motion at all, Darren?
No, thank you. Just to acknowledge and thank for the good presentation and all the clarifying questions.
Yeah. Is there discussion? I was very involved in the Monona Terrace project for a very, very long time, from the very inception, and this is a wonderful part of our city, and I'm so thrilled to see this moving forward. So I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. And thanks, Mike, so much for coming and giving the presentation, and we'll look forward to hearing more in the future.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. All right. We're moving on to item 6, the Vision Zero annual report. So that's Yang and Renee, I believe.
Thank you, Anne. Good evening, everyone. So I will ask Renee to bring up our slides, if you don't mind, Renee. Meantime, I want to thank the Commission for the support for our Vision Zero initiative. Has been about 3 years that we're into this, and we have done a lot with the support of the Commission. It's our goal to be transparent, our data on our progress. So we have been undertaking an effort to put together our first progress report. And this report actually covers from the time we started Vision Zero in May 2020 until the end of 2022. So that's the full year data that we have, and we have been working on this actually since last year. So actually took us quite a while to put together. So here I want to thank the staff for their hard work on this. They have spent hundreds of hours on generating the report, gathering all the data, putting out of really good thoughts, and also make it very readable and presentable. So by design of the process, when we started Vision Zero, we're committed to the progress report, but so it's not required for TC to officially approve it. But we really would like to give a TC the first look at this report and gather any major inputs, feedback, and get your support before we release the report to the public. So the plan is after tonight we'll review any input from the commission and making sure we have your support, and then we'll make necessary changes that those we can, and get a report officially released to the public in the near future. We also had some discussions with Chair Kovich, and we feel like it also be a good idea for us to give a quick summary of Vision Zero and of our effort, so that to keep all the commission members informed. As I know some of you has been appointed to the commission kind of midway through our effort, so this is a good opportunity for us to be mindful on that. So I will kind of talk about the brief overview of the initiative, and I will be very quickly over it. But definitely reach out if you want to learn more about that. And then Renee will talk about the report itself. Next page, please. Okay, nice slide. All right. So what's Vision Zero? So Vision Zero is a strategy aimed at eliminating traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all road users. So this is different from our traditional approach on traffic safety. So we used to believe that traffic deaths are inevitable. However, Vision Zero thinks that traffic deaths are actually preventable. And we used to demand perfect human behavior from our users. Vision Zero integrates human nature in approach. We're all human beings, and we're all going to make a mistake. However, though, when we make mistakes, how can we reduce the consequences? How can we not, let people lose their lives or be severely injured? Our focus used to be focused on prevent all the crashes. However, Vision Zero thinks that crashes are different. The impacts are different. So it's not realistic to prevent all, but let's prevent those fatal and severe crashes that kind of change people's life forever or cause people to lose their lives. And we used to emphasize individual responsibility. How Vision Zero takes a systems approach. Everyone really plays a part in it. And we used to think that saving lives is expensive. However, Vision Zero thinks that saving life may not have to be expensive. So there are low-cost ways to do it. So that's very those differences are actually very empowering if you think about it. Next page, please. So here is a quick timeline of Vision Zero Madison. So we started our effort in 2020. We start to kind of request budget to advance the initiative. And in July 2020, there was a resolution approved by Mayor Satya and also the Common Council supporting Vision Zero. We didn't waste any time at all. So that summer, we started to kind of the first batch of initial Vision Zero projects. And also we started our speed management program. During the meantime, we started to put together the structure. And also we got some support from Bloomberg Associates, through our Harvard University initiative. And they're helping us to kind of design the program and learning from other cities that they have been involved. And so by fall 2020, we had our first kickoff meeting for our stakeholder task force meeting. And I think quite a few of you actually are on task force for that, representing different groups and many different community stakeholders in the city. So that has been very helpful group to provide advice for our initiative and also to capture input from many areas of the city. And in 2021, we also started to engage the public through a new Let's Talk Streets program. That's actually a combination of our efforts from both Vision Zero and also Company Green Streets project, as they are kind of related. We really focused on hearing from the public, especially those traditionally underserved residents. And in summer 2021, we started a two phase one projects for 20 is Plenty in 2 neighborhoods. So trying to reduce speed on neighborhood streets. And we also started our second phase of Vision Zero projects, speed management. And we have been developing our high injury network that was adopted by this body in January 2022. And in March 2022, we finished our Vision Zero action plan, and that was officially adopted by the City Council. Also in May 2022, we are officially recognized by Vision Zero Network as official Vision Zero city. And that summer, we also started doing a lot of enhanced outreach to our residents, mostly collaborating with events such as Parks Alive and Safety Saturday, and really focus on the residents we used to not hearing from. And we continue with more infrastructure projects, and so we were expecting to finish our first comprehensive progress report actually by fall 2023, but has been a lot of work, and we've been quite busy. So we actually had some delay on that, and today we're bringing that to this body. So next slide, please. And we are taking on a safe system approach, which means that we're not really trying to isolate ourselves in our own silos, and really look into different components of the system, trying to improve safety together. For example, safe streets, which are focused on infrastructure changes, through different layouts, geometric design, speed management, things like that. Safe people, really trying to encourage safe behaviors for our users, and trying to build a positive safety culture in our community. Safe vehicles, we trying to utilize the technologies and also some management practice, trying to encourage safety features in vehicles, and actually the use of them, like seatbelt, driving at a proper speed, things like that. Airbag, of course, and safety data. So our initiative is very data oriented. So as I mentioned, that we did a lot of data analysis to come up with a high injury network, And we also, look into, the major causes, major contributing factors, and also some of the, equity issues that we saw in the data. So data really has been, a guiding source for us to, focus our resources on. Also, safety-focused enforcement. Actually, Chris has played a major role in that. Working with our partners in police department, coming up with a new enforcement strategy that's really safety-focused instead of focused on things that maybe does not matter too much in terms of safety outcome. Also, we're trying to mitigate some of historical disproportionate impact on low income and communities of color. Next slide, please. And we are listening to the public. So, through our Let's Talk Streets program, our engagement program, we're really trying to ask the public what they want us to do. And we hear loudly from them that we need to put the people first. We need to prioritize safety over speed. And we heard from the public that we need to support our community. We need to prioritize place and access. And we heard from them that we need to foster sustainability. We need to promote multimodal transportation and green infrastructure. And we hear from the public that we need to center on equity, not just in the process, but also in outcomes. Next slide, please. And we're also learning from others. As you know that many cities started Vision Zero efforts, and we've been collaborating with them. We've been learning from them. As you may know that there are lots of negative media coverages on Vision Zero, in many cities. For example, this is a very famous article from David Zipper, who is a Harvard fellow. Why Vision Zero hit a wall, and it's working really well in some European countries, but we are really suffering here in the States. Almost all the Vision Zero cities, see a huge increase of fatalities and serious injuries instead of decrease. Since they started the initiative. So what happened? And we had some very frank conversation with our peers, and really learning from the successes and learning from the failures. There's some cities are doing really well, such as a small city in New Jersey. So that's Hoboken, right across of the river from Manhattan. So they actually achieved a zero traffic death in 4 years, and with some quick high impact ideas instead of totally redo their streets. So we were invited to the National Association of City Transportation Officials meeting in Boston in 2022, and we had some really good conversation about it. We also have been collaborating with City of Hoboken staff, doing some offline exchanges. So really trying to learn from others. Next, please. And we are implementing a new safe streets medicine program, as you all know. And again, I want to thank this body actually for designing the new program with us, and has been a great change for us. So that's a new infrastructure program that combined funding from a few different efforts on safety that's previously exists in the city, such as the neighborhood traffic management program. And we really are trying to focus on what's making a difference. So that's eliminating serious fatal crashes and filling gaps in walk and bike network. As you all know, that pedestrian and bicyclists are way overrepresented in our fatality and serious injury data. So they are the most vulnerable on the road, and that's it made a lot of sense for us to focus on them. And we deliver many small to medium-sized projects, which Renee will give a summary soon. And we really trying to use a paradigm process that focuses on safety. And here I want to thank you for approving many of our projects. Next, please. And we're making significant progress. We are working on and many different projects. Now we get over 100 safe streets projects approved and many implemented. And we reduce speed limit on 25 miles of arterial and collector streets in the city, in addition to those, the neighborhood streets. And we get a lot of enhanced community engagement. And more importantly, I really feel like, we are really start to institutionalize in new design and operations philosophy. And we're being very aggressively pursue and leverage federal safety grants, such as, the $6.3 million Safe Streets for All grant we recently got. And, we had many successful projects, such as East Washington Avenue. I think our collective effort made a lot of difference on that corridor. Next, please. And, I think, the road is not going to be smooth. There are going to be ups and downs. And, we're going to hear, different opinions. We're going to hear, even some criticism. But we definitely are being proven to be aligned with US DOT National Roadway Safety Strategy. So this, actually US DOT released this national strategy, after, we adopt our Vision Zero initiative, and after we, talk about the, safe system approach, and after we, designed the Safe Streets Madison framework. So now it's really nice, for all of those things to be confirmed and supported by this strategy at the national level. At the release of the strategy, national release of the strategy, the Deputy Secretary of the US DOT, also actually mentioned Madison's work, on Vision Zero. So that's really nice to hear. So next slide. And we're also being recognized nationally by many associations, such as NACTO, ITE, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, Vision Zero Network, National League of Cities. So it's really, again, it's really good to see that our peers, the professionals in other areas in the country, think we're doing good work. Next, please. But more importantly, I think, we received a lot of, really touching public testimonies from our own residents here in Madison. Such as, people talking about the, the difference, we're making on East Washington Avenue. And, people appreciate all the work that we are putting into Let's Talk Streets program. And even though the Wheaton Way project, as you may remember, it's has been very controversial, we did receive quite a bit of positive feedback on the changes we made over there. Next. I'm going to turn to Renee for the report itself.
All right. So thanks, Yang. So for those who don't know, I'm Renee Calloway, the pedestrian bicycle administrator, and I am one of the staff co-leads on the Vision Zero project, along with Ali Heinritz, a traffic engineer who is unable to make it tonight. But also we have a large staff team of people from across different departments. So I'm just going to say up front, you may have detailed questions that I can't answer because we've had a lot of different involvement, especially with data people digging into some of this. But I'm going to kind of not go over everything in the report and assure you that if you didn't have a chance to kind of look through the whole thing, you can also email comments to us afterwards. It's a lot to look at between the report and the appendix both. But it's kind of broken up into the kind of focus areas that we had in the action plan. We have tried to deliver on the things that we said would be in the report. Some of it, as Yang mentioned, is a bit more challenging than perhaps we thought, or maybe we were hopeful. But we've tried to reflect what we can. And in some areas, maybe we didn't go as in depth, but we're looking at ways to kind of streamline some of the data, and I'll try to touch on that. First is the Safe Streets section that is much more about the infrastructure. We have a map in there showing the projects that we've undertaken from 2020 to 2022. I will say this includes, we had a lot of different programs throughout these years, as some of you who've been on the committee a while know. So this would include Vision Zero projects, anything in Safe Streets that was built during this time period, but would also include the older programs that existed prior to the Safe Streets as well. So that's Safe Routes to School, Ped Bike Enhancement, Neighborhood Traffic Management. Those older programs would be if it was built during this time period here. And then we've tried to kind of reflect, trying to get at that equity question within this as well. So that's kind of what that other map is showing areas with people of color at varying percentages and below poverty line in various areas. And then this also includes just some statistics that we said we would report on total things that we've built, so like mileage, things like that. And this is also where we introduce our speed management program, but I am going to talk about that later because that is most of the information is in our appendix. We also have the Safe People area, and we just have some project highlights. It's not necessarily every single thing that we undertook really that kind of fits into Safe People. But within each section where we have a lot of work that we've done, there are some just highlight areas where we try to kind of show the depth of what we've done. I kind of highlight here this vehicle miles traveled chart because that's something I know that would be of interest to everyone, because we've had a lot of discussions here at this committee about how changing people from those drive alone trips to be more multimodal also has a real benefit on safety, and something that we've seen in European cities that are seeing great success with Vision Zero is just that, trying to get as many trips as possible through walking, biking, transit. You'll see here different colors on this chart, and I wanted to also highlight this because this impacts some of our data. Is, as some of you know, we use a program where we contract with a company called Streetlight. It's a data transportation program, and they have changed how they are collecting and reporting data, and they recommend not comparing across those data types. So originally, they have always been using data in what's called location-based services. So that's more like all those phone apps where you don't tell them not to track you. Well, they're tracking you, and that is getting sold and anonymized and used for these purposes. But that changed. Streetlight changed to connected vehicle data. There is a lot more of that than there used to be. And so connected vehicle data that they're using now, they say is much more accurate because it's coming not from your phone and they're interpreting how it's what you're doing, but through like an OnStar or chips that are in modern computers. So that's coming more directly out of the vehicles. So more accurate, much more widespread in vehicles these days. So that's why it's different, because they're saying that's not a direct comparison. So going forward, we'd be able to compare that similar data more for all the things that we use Streetlight for. Safe vehicles, that section is focused mostly on us as a city and our vehicles and what we're doing. Kind of to be an example, it's definitely the kinds of things that we want to model, and we want to show the success so that other agencies and businesses might adapt this. I'm just highlighting here something that's new that we're doing. It's getting a lot of buzz as more fleets are doing this, but we're able to track things that are happening in our vehicle, so that if we see, say, an employee and they're coming in on the report, they're speeding, maybe they're not using a seatbelt, then we can provide them with more training. We can talk to them about that. We have an opportunity to change that behavior because we know it's happening. So we don't have this across all of 2022 because this is a new thing, but Fleet now has 600 city vehicles by 2022 now that have this kind of monitoring and reporting out to supervisors system. And I should say this sign here is that we do let employees know, right, that this information is happening. It's we don't want to surprise them. We want to encourage them right up front. Like, we're going to know if your driving behaviors are unsafe. This is something that is real. So that is something that they know when they're employed and they have a job that involves driving. Now, the next section is safety data, and this is reporting out like the number of total crashes, our fatalities, and serious injuries, as well as we broke out pedestrians and bicycles, knowing that they are overrepresented in serious and fatal crashes. So that data has been pulled out as well. And this is an area where we're really working to make getting that data simpler. Right now, we do a lot of, I guess, what I would call cleanup of the data to ensure its accuracy. We have always had that crash facts report as well. And we're working with the UW TOPS lab that collects all of these crash reports to improve and use a software to kind of better process this data and get better outcomes and as well. And so our staff who work on data have been putting a lot of their time into that so that we have easier, faster, better data in the future. So equity is something that, of course, is a big focus. So we have some project highlights, some details about, kind of what are we starting to do on that. And then that larger map as well that we produced tried to take a look at, how many projects were on the high injury network and how many of them were in equity or not. And of the ones that were not on the high injury network, how many of those might be in what we would consider an equity area or not. So that's really what we're trying to get at. And I think we can continue to refine this over time and how we report that and collect our data. But this is something new that we're doing here, and something that we're really launching with Complete and Green Streets is how can we not only do a better job on our projects and making sure that they're happening, but also reporting out on that. Then we have the safety-focused enforcement. This is probably the part that's the most familiar to you because you're having those quarterly safety reports. But this includes some of those activities and then a little highlight of some of the safety grant activities that we're undertaking to try to ensure that we're really focusing in on those most dangerous driver actions to improve safety. And then we have a very large appendix that's related to our speed management projects. Now, this is another area that we use Streetlight data. And as I mentioned, it changed. So we are trying to look at data like one year in May, the next year in May. but they made that change in April. So not everyone is exactly that. And of course, we had to take into account looking, not trying to compare location-based service to connected vehicles. So we were careful not to do that. And what we looked at is the 10 plus miles per hour over the posted speed limit as kind of, we want to look at those most dangerous speeds and what impact are we having on those most dangerous speeds. So for each project, we have a series of graphs in there. If you had a chance to look at this, you will see that generally these have the evaluation that we've done are showing that we're having a positive impact on those most dangerous speeds. But it also will show that not every single street was successful in doing that. And those are streets where, now we can see what else might we do. What could we do on that street to further kind of reinforce that speed limit? But we did find, like other cities, that just having those posted speed limits did have an impact on the highest speeds, and people were lowering them. So there's a lot to look at if you like charts and graphs, but the actual progress report has kind of a summary paragraph as well. All right. I don't know, Yang, did you want to do the wrap up?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Renee. Yeah. So, as Renee mentioned, that, lots of good work has been happening. We definitely made, a lot of progress. But we definitely still have a lot of work to do. We're far from achieving our goal. And again, there's going to be, up and downs. And, we do know actually, so we only have, data till 2022, but we're looking to 2023. We definitely noticed, kind of, spike of fatality and serious injuries, especially in the last quarter of 2023. I've been doing pretty good for the first half of the year. So there definitely could be up and downs, and there's lots of work to do. But we do think that we're on the right track, and we need to do more. Our work is not done until we achieve our goal of zero preventable fatalities and serious injuries, because we really believe that zero is the only ethical, the only acceptable goal that we can set. So I want to thank the Commission again for all the support, and we'll be keeping on with this, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. And one thing I want to kind of mention is that it has been a lot of work putting together the progress report, and so having some discussions among staff, and also with some senior leadership as well, thinking that it might be a good idea for us look into whether it's better actually, instead of doing a report, produce a report every year, maybe it might make more sense to do it biannually, so that the staff has more time to work on actual projects, instead of spending hundreds and hundreds of hours, putting the report together. So I want to bring that up as well, to see what the Commission think, and we'll go from there. So that's all we have, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's just double check and make sure we don't have anybody else registered on this topic, do we?
No.
Okay. So comments or questions for Yang and Renee? Pepe.
Thanks, Chair. Well, thanks, Yang and Renee. It's really exciting to see this project, since the beginning, kind of as an insider when I was working for the city, and look at it now, and all the fruition and impact that it's making. So appreciate that that report you put together. I only have one question / comment in the very last the few last slides there when you were talking about comparison of data of crashes with serious injuries or fatal injuries, and then the next slide was talking about equity, and I saw that you focused on projects in areas in the high injury network or none, and equity area or none. Have you considered or would it be worth it also sharing data of number of crashes, serious or with fatal injuries, with that same intersection of equity areas or non-equity areas?
Renee, yeah, you want to answer that? Mm-hmm.
Sure. I think definitely mapping out the crashes is something that we've talked about. And I think we kind of reached the point where we thought that might be in our next progress report and would be a little bit easier with this new software that's going to do some of the auditing of the information and ensuring its accuracy. But I definitely agree that that is a very good suggestion and something that we would like to incorporate in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'll second that. Yeah. We, as I mentioned that we, are struggling with staff resources. So we, one of the things we look into is to use the technology to help us with some of data analysis, because I think there's we did quite a bit of data analysis, but there's still a lot more, we can do. So we started to build this kind of software package, with a vendor, and the approval process has been quite lengthy. So I think we hope we were thinking about we were able to get a start running like last fall. Everything was delayed to part of this spring. So after that, we'll take a look at the capacity of what we can do, and I do think that's a great area we will look into and potentially incorporate into the next progress report. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pepe. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the report. It's good to see it, like a lot of information in there we have seen in bits and pieces, but it's nice to see it all in one place. Couple comments. One thing that's not addressed at all in the report is impairment. And, we had the Vision Zero stakeholder meeting in, I think it was in late fall, if I remember correctly, that focused on that issue. And the thing that very high proportion of serious injury and fatal crashes involve impairment. So I think including some data around that to at least, I know we haven't figured out what to do about it, but at least reminding people that this is a really big part of the issue in the report, I think would be a good idea. Then another thing I was wondering about, the original Vision Zero action plan had like these long tables of, I think they're called strategies, of like, they're relatively fine-grained on, say, lobbying the state legislator to allow automated enforcement, if I remember correctly, was one of them. And there's a lot of other ones. And so is progress on those being tracked anywhere?
Yeah, I can probably answer that too. So that wasn't one of the things that we were thinking would go into this sort of progress report, but is something that the internal team has been tracking and is something that could be like a separate kind of report to the committee or something like that in the future, to the stakeholder task force. And it looks like Yang has an addition.
Yeah, Renee is definitely correct. Yeah. Also, I think, our Teams for All grant will help us on that as well. And we're going to have some resources to support some of those efforts and, make more progress on those. And, we've been thinking about maybe including some of the impaired driving data that, was discussed at stakeholder task force meeting. But we really want the data from all sources can really match together. So we're not totally comfortable with that yet. I think, different piece will definitely tell the same story, but we use different data sources than MPD, so we're kind of look into it, but again, with maybe with the Safe Streets work, maybe you can improve on that and incorporate that into the next report. Maybe that's another reason. Not doing a report next year, but in every couple of years, so we can incorporate all those changes there. For automatic enforcement, for example, we do work quite hard on that, and but many of those work really cannot be shared with the public at this point, as we work with state legislature. Because that's a lot of moving parts. We don't want to mislead the public on that. So, but we'll share, as they become available. But I think one thing we can share is that we were able to, influence the current bill proposed to allow first-class cities, which is only actually Milwaukee in this state, to do that. And we're able to do some lobbying effort and to get that changed, from first-class cities to all municipalities in Wisconsin, including Madison. So it's still, I would say, not 100% of what we want to see, but we do look into the bill. We want to propose some amendments, but those getting very complicated. So we settled on that amendment. But we'll be keeping working on it. So, a great question. So.
Yeah, and I guess then maybe just in response, since you brought up and you asked the commission for opinions on does this need to be an annual report? I think you've made a good case that, I think maybe it does not have to be an annual report. Maybe what would be good is to have a Vision Zero dashboard of some kind, which may be part of what you're working with TOPS. I know they have created one for the state, just so that, I often find myself mid-year seeing hey, how has 2023 been going? How many fatal crashes have there been? Where have they occurred? So something that can hopefully be mostly automated and be made available to track progress in real time. And then, if some of those strategies from the action, if you're keeping track of things in real time, making those available would be helpful too. But I agree. Having the big voluminous report that takes up time that could be spent on actually improving things, I would be totally fine not requiring that annually. Two more things. The section on enforcement in the report, I did not really maybe revisit that and see if you can tell me what the message from that is, and if actually all the data in there is correct. It mentions that in 2022 there were 32 speeding citations, which hopefully can't be right, out of 1,700. And then the chart at the bottom, I don't know what to do with that. So maybe just revisit that and see what the message for that is actually supposed to be. And then finally, a question. You highlighted a lot of the successes, and that's really great. I appreciate all the work. Is there anything, sometimes it's helpful to think about, we tried something and it didn't work, or we tried something and it worked in a way differently than we thought. Is there anything that comes to mind?
Absolutely. I will start on that, and I will. I know Renee has other, points to add as well. I do think it's very important to, summarize that what can be done better too. One thing actually, I'll give a couple examples. One is the speed management program. Even though we saw really good results on most of the streets, so some streets, it didn't change anything. Actually, it actually got worse. So we're trying to figure out, what's going on in those streets and what we may be able to do differently, or maybe something like beyond our control. So we definitely been looking to that, but we don't have like a conclusive like evidence to say. But we definitely look into that. Yeah, that's that's one. And another good example, that I think we should do more. Which I think we started the effort. Would be more on targeting some of the things that we can hopefully to influence a lot more on, such as working with public health, like impaired driving, and that's something actually we start some work collaborating with public health. Actually, by getting help from a postdoctoral researcher from UW Madison, so look into some data, trying to see what we can do. But we have been obviously we would like to move much faster on those areas, and but it's still a positive thing. But in the past, like a few years ago, we wouldn't think about doing that, right? We just think about doing like the engineering things in our own silo. Why not talk to public health, talk to even sometimes MPD about how we can influence those things. But I think you're right; those things actually are really making a big difference. I think like last year, lots of our really bad crashes are related to impaired driving, involving excessive high speed. So definitely, yeah, I agree that. We'll think about that. Yeah, I think maybe for a few reports, when we have more experience, think about summarize things that could be done better as well. And so, Rena, you had anything to add?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing which I don't want to lift up any things actually that are like at top of mind, but we did include funding in our Safe Streets for All grant. I think to think about how we can better evaluate to get at that, like what are the strategies that are really working well for us and have the most impact. I also think we have some funding to work on some areas where we see some issues like impairment, that there's some funding to work with public health more on that issue, which is such a big issue across our state. But what are some things that we can be doing here, as well as we saw it. We've seen a lot of crashes involving head bikes and 65 plus drivers. So some funding to try to get a better handle on what we can do around that issue, and money to evaluate, right, what we're doing. Like we included money for that evaluation piece so we can better understand if we're on the right track and putting our efforts in the right place. And I think for me, having that funding to do that and hire some people who can just focus in on that is going to really, I think, help shape our program going forward.
Thanks, much appreciated.
Thanks, Harold. Alder Martinez Rutherford, go ahead.
Yes, I think Harold kind of took some of the things that I had, but I'm curious about how often are you seeing areas where driver behavior doesn't change and may increase in negligibility? Is that a lot, or is that just here and there?
That's a great question, Alder. Yeah. So if so just want to make sure that I understand correctly that you are asking like how much cases we have seen on driver behavior issues leading to really bad consequences, right?
Mm. Like when how often are you seeing an implementation of things and then the driver behavior not changing? Like, is that a huge problem? And then what is your immediate go-to to kind of start addressing that need?
Gotcha. Yeah. So thank you for that. Yeah. I would say that for our mediations, and either engineering measures and enforcement education efforts. I think most likely than not, we see a positive impact on the driving behaviors. I think a few exceptions would be that speed limit reduction. That for some streets, it just goes the other way. But I would say, over 90% of them, though, we saw pretty significant improvements. But obviously, 10% of them, about that number, we didn't see that. So we're trying. I think there are lots of things going on. We're trying to figure out, what we can do differently, or things maybe kind of out of our control. And I think another aspect is that some measures we notice that works very well initially, but then kind of start to lose its effectiveness. I think the prime example would be like our deployment of the speedboards. We put out there, first week, couple weeks, it works really well, and then after that, kind of people start to ignore that. So I think those are definitely areas that we'll look into how to couple with. But I will say that I think most of the measures are having some effects. So I think we need to do more of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And all you had then, Alder? Okay. Denise, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Thanks, you guys, for the really in-depth report. And I would concur with Harold's support for a biennial report. As an agency leader, I know that pain of spending so much time reporting. You're like, when am I going to get the work done? So I think, if there's a dashboard, and I know that we do periodic updates here on Vision Zero, I would support a biennial report. This question might be a bit forecasty. And so if it's a better one for offline, I'd love to have the conversation. But inspired by all the work that's going into Safe Streets for All, and so Vision Zero and Safe Streets Madison, I've been tracking very closely the US DOJ PROAG, pedestrian right-of-way accessibility guidelines, and hoping that USDOT passes that. So how do you anticipate kind of all of that coming together? Like, how will PROAG influence Safe Streets and Vision Zero? Because how do they kind of dovetail and benefit each other and not be potentially in conflict with each other?
Sure. I can say something, but Yang probably has more to add. First, I can say that some staff have been doing some webinars and getting more informed and learning. And I know, like with Safe Streets for All, we've tried to include accessibility improvements with projects that we requested as well. And I think, we've been kind of digging into the things. I think that they're very supportive, right? Like, it's Safe Streets for All, right?
Right.
And so that includes those accessibility improvements through PROAG.
And I think Eric also has...
Renee, also, that's right. Yeah, I want to bring that to Barry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yang, if you want to, and then Eric.
Okay, so Eric, do you want to go first? Yes,
you can go ahead, and then I'll fill in anything.
Okay, I'll be really brief. Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think it's all related. Yeah, as we saw from our data, really pedestrians and bicyclists are we overrepresented, in our crash data, and again, I think we should do more data analysis. And I'm kind of feeling that some of those are probably again overrepresented by people with disabilities as well. They're just much more vulnerable and on the road. And so I think the current effort by U.S. DOT, I think that's very wise. I hope that the PROAG will pass, and we have been discussing that, thinking about how how we going to change things. But in short, I do think it's aligned with what we do here.
Good. Excellent. That's been my sense. And so thank you. And I know, Eric, I'd love to hear your perspective too.
I was just going to add that we've had some internal meetings that have kind of been across agencies, DCR, engineering, traffic engineering. And sorry if you can hear bath time is going on in the background there. We've kind of looked back at historical city practice, and we're also anticipating, assuming that the new PROAG rules go forward, there's going to be, compliance for a lot of agencies to do. And so we've kind of taken some initial steps. I don't want to step on DCR's toes, but they may have some exciting news coming. I don't think is mine to share, so some staff things are happening behind the scenes, and I have to give credit to this committee for actually getting the ball rolling on that, or this commission for getting the ball rolling on that this fall. Bill, when you asked those questions, I had to go learn a lot of history about the ADA, and so now we've been hopefully looking forward to what Madison can do to be at the forefront of PROAG implementation.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Denise. Alder Rummel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I want to thank staff for the report. And I want to I felt a lot of gratitude as I was listening to you, the Transportation Commission, because you've taken up this work. And as an alder who was gone for 2 years and is back and was here at the beginning of Vision Zero, I can see an immediate difference between as we were launching and to today. So for example, like right when I was just running last year, Renee was leading the Let's Talk Streets, and we did Baldwin Street. And now on both North and South Baldwin Street, there are 4-way stop signs on the bike boulevard. I just inherited now the North Baldwin Street, but I worked on that South Baldwin Street intersection for probably a decade and got a lot of no, you can't do that, Alder. No, it was just no. And so I feel so thankful to all of you and to the whole process of this new approach, because it's, obviously a lot of you would have maybe agreed with me. And so I wanted to say that. And I also wanted to thank, and I probably am kind of leeching off into the side things, but just even working on things like school crossing and all the ways that we, or you as a body working with staff, help deal with the things that come up that aren't necessarily things we're planned for. We didn't plan for the school district to change when middle schools would change. But that has created just a thing, right? So, and again, Renee and her staff have really dealt with that. So I wanted to thank you so much. But just listening to the report, I did have 2 questions, and then I have a follow-up for the future question. So under the whole safe vehicles and the speeding thing, I have to admit, I thought about Metro, and I want to know, is Metro vehicles part of the vehicles that we're monitoring for speeding? And I don't want to call them out as particularly good or bad, but I always tell anecdotally they were speeding through my neighborhood, and you were always supposed to say it was good because they're trying to, serve people and do good work with equity, but they're speeding. So anyway, it sort of stuck with me. And the other question I have is about enforcement. and I know this is like a systems approach, like kind of engineering and what you on traffic engineering can do, but one of the partners is the police department. And, they're, I would say, episodic in their, how they do enforcement. But anecdotally, if you ask people about like the changes to speed limits, say on East Washington, they're like, yeah, but we're the police. So, I don't know that that's a scientific answer, but it's something I hear.
Yep. Agreed.
And then finally, before I let go, I know that you got a grant for the Vision Zero for the future, and there's some corridor studies, and I'm just wondering if, and maybe Yang can talk a little bit about what's going to be the process. And there's one in my district, so of course I'm totally interested. And then the other, I'm sorry, I'm piling on questions. And then the last one is, okay, so I know you focus on East Washington, and now we have BRT coming. So is there going to be, tweaks? What's the nuance of now people are getting off for my part of it, in the middle of the intersection, crossing one of the most dangerous intersections in the city. And, what additional things are we doing to make sure they get across the street? And again, I want to thank everyone for all and it's really a good committee, and I'm so glad I've been able to come and listen to you all. Thanks.
Thanks. And Justin has his hand up whenever we're ready to get an answer about Metro buses speeding. So do we want to do that first? How about we do that first? Go ahead, Justin. Justin, are you there?
Was it Justin or myself?
Justin had his hand up, but he's there. I don't know. Well, maybe we'll come back. He had his hand up, so I assumed he wanted to answer the question about Metro buses speeding.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having some technical problems here, but just to answer the question about the speed monitoring, the Metro system is not a part of that rollout that Yang mentioned. However, we are in the process of replacing all of our on-bus technology, which will happen over this coming summer, and it will have much stronger monitoring capability at that point. So short answer is not yet, but we will have that capability soon.
Thanks, Justin. Okay, Renee, Yang, you want to, and I see Tom has his hand up too. So who wants to go first?
Tom first.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Okay, I'm on my phone and on the computer, so I do it. Two things for the, if we go to the BRT, all of the BRT stops will be signalized, and so pedestrians will be able to get to them. Some people are maybe confused or alarmed that they're in the center, but in reality, a person that makes a round trip will have the same number of crossings to cross. You know what I mean? It's like maybe you take the bus and you're on the near side curb, but when you come home, you're on the far side curb and you still have to come across. In most instances, the center running will just have a bus lane next to them, and so that the actual live traffic will be 12 feet away beyond the bus lane. And so there's a variety of things with the BRT that will make it a safe experience. You'll have a more substantial structure around you as well. Regarding you sent an email on this to Alder Rummel on the Shanks Corner study, and so that is in Renee's and Yang's plan to review that. It's in a couple of years. We have between this Amtrak and the North-South BRT, and John Nolan Drive, and there's so many I'm going to say open projects right now that we just have to close down a couple of these projects before we start on because as you know, there are many ideas what to do with Shanks Corners, right? And so we'll we do have a schedule. I believe it's in the later years of this 5-year
Safe Streets for All grant. So probably in year 4 and year 5, if I remember correctly. So there, I think I've answered the things that I can't answer.
Thanks, Tom. Renee and Yang, you want to finish up?
Go ahead, Renee. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say just, we don't have our agreement in place yet for the Safe Streets and Roads for All, so can't give a definitive time frame on things. I know everyone's really excited about all the work that's in there. And the first step is getting the agreement. And once we have that in place, then that'll give us like a better sense of when we can start, because it has taken a little bit of time for them to get all the grants agreements in place across the country. So,
yeah, I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't think about is when you get a grant. And I know Metro Transit has a number of grants. There's a lot of work getting the grant. Then there's a lot of work once you get the grant and going forward. So a lot of paperwork and monitoring and a lot of other things I'm probably not even thinking about involved with that. So
that's all right. Yeah.
Go ahead, Yang.
Yeah, so those are not set in stone yet. Thank you, Ann. Yeah, but we're going to reach out to you, Alderamo, for actually, for a more detailed plan for that project, and of course to other imperative orders as well for other corridor projects. So yeah, we'll be reach out to you to discuss the scope, the timeline, and the neighborhood preference. So yeah, so we'll give a heads up when we get to it. But I think it's going to be probably going to be not going to be the right way of implementation. So they do give us 5 years to implementing all the projects on the list.
Did that answer all your questions, Alder?
Yeah, I just had one more to kind of finish the question of like crossing the street for the BRT on East Washington. Are we extending the times for pedestrians, even if it's halfway across? Because sometimes, you have to be often really able-bodied to scurry across before the thing starts telling you only have how many seconds and counts down. And I know that's sort of stressful for me if it's icy or slippery or something. I just want us to tell people in their cars they can just wait a bit more because somebody is trying to get across the street. So I assume we're doing that, but can you just verify that we're going to adjust those timings?
Yes. We will be adjusting
the timings.
You're in duplicate.
The countdown timers are not meant to.
We're hearing you out of two places, Tom. We're hearing you double now.
Oh, the countdown timers are not meant to alarm pedestrians, but more to provide them information. And so they are supposed, when they start to count down to 17, that's information.
Yeah, it's still not working, Tom. Yeah.
I just, Chair, I just muted one of Tom's. It looked like he had two open, so I muted one. Try again.
Try again, Tom.
Is this working now?
Yes.
I apologize. They will be adjusted for pedestrians. We will have a signal at every station. We are generally very conservative in the walk speed of our pedestrians and provide ample time. The countdown timer, though, is not meant to alarm pedestrians, but to provide information so that they know how much time is left. So when a pedestrian sees 17 seconds, for instance, that just helps them understand that maybe they shouldn't start to cross if they're still on the curb.
Yes. So thank you, Tom. I want to.
Go ahead, Yang.
Yes, I want to quickly add that Tom is right. So we do agree that the pedestrian accommodation, the pedestrian experience is going to be a key component for BRT project. So our staff are very mindful of that, and we're going to actually make those all the BRT crossings much more pedestrian friendly as we anticipate higher number of pedestrians there, all kinds of pedestrians, and we feel like it's also is a critical component so that we can help with the success of the BRT project. So that's confirmed.
Did that cover them all, Alder? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Let's see. Next we have Chris.
Yeah, first of all, echoing everyone's thanks for all the work on this. I have one small suggestion and then sort of process question. So Harold had mentioned that it would be nice if you could show, I think he was basically suggesting the extent to which impaired driving is contributing to serious or fatal crashes. I was thinking that it would actually be nice just to have an overview of the makeup of serious and fatal crashes. So like, I think a large percentage of them are bike, pedestrian, and motorcycle. I assume most of them are in the evening, if we're looking at anything like national trends. So just stuff like that could help, the public understand why we're making the types of investments we are. So thanks for the inspiration, Harold. And then the process question is, so you mentioned wanting to do biannual reports. I think I agree with everyone else that makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of work. I was just wondering with this update, I know the report's called a draft progress report. So are you looking to finish up this progress report now, or just sort of consider it a working document and then a year from now we'll have an actual progress report, or what are we sort of looking at moving forward with today?
I can probably jump in on that, and maybe Yang has things to add. But yes, the idea is that this is just one step in the process to having it finalized in the near term, and then publishing it for the public on the website, to our email list, to our stakeholder task force group. So that's our plan. But we wanted to come here first. We do have some things still that we're kind of just cleaning up and finalizing, and then we'll take the feedback tonight and see which things might be more implementable with this one versus like saving for the future.
Great. So
yeah,
to that point,
I concur with you.
Go ahead, Yang.
So this first one is not going to be perfect. We know that a lot of things to be, I think, to be improved upon down the road. But we do want to release something. Since has been a while for us taking our initiative. We want to release the information to the public soon, and then the next report. We want to make it even better, building more improvements. Actually, we are thinking about doing more analysis on those crashes, but right now due to staff resource limitations, we're not able to do it. But again, with the new software we are building right now, it's called a crash software. So we'll do all different kind of crash analysis, like by different types, like how contributing factors. So I think that's a great idea for us to include those analysis in the next report.
Great. So any sort of little error things that we're seeing, we should let you know right away, because we are going to finalize this report. So, okay, thanks.
Yeah, and you can definitely email those to me so that I can work with our staff to get those corrected for sure.
Okay, is that all you had then, Chris? Okay. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a technical things. My computer is going to go out, so I might need to be upgraded to participant status. But I wanted to ask the question, and this is probably off the subject, is I'm getting, people are very, very excited about Vision Zero, and I'm getting a lot of calls related to adding their area, for the list of high crashes. What is your policy for evaluating and what has been your direction to those individuals who are naming streets and they're seeing, crashes and they're seeing speeding and they want that specific, it might be in line with Alder Rummel's asking, but I want to know what that policy is so that I will have a response for them.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So we actually add, any requests from the public to our list of things to work on, and so especially through our Safe Streets Medicine program. But for smaller things that might not be taken out of competing for our resources, we actually can, do it, through other kind of operating money, and we can actually do more quickly. So I would say if the residents have, concerns on their street, any safety issues like speeding or, these are dangerous situations, want our help to address it, just follow our way, and we'll make sure to get on the list. But in terms of adding streets to our official kind of high injury network, so that's purely based on data. We analyze the city's data systematically, and based on the past few years' data, we decide which streets actually can have a designation of high injury network. So that's kind of purely based on the data. So hopefully that helps answer the questions.
And did I hear that you're looking to update the high injury network this year sometime? Is that right?
Yeah, we would love to. Yeah, if our staff resource allows, and also with the new software to help, we do want to get it updated.
Yeah, and I would just add on the high injury network, we do have some funds to do some more around PED and bike with our supplemental planning grant that we got last year from the Safe Streets and Roads for All. So that will be coming over the course of this year as a little bit deeper dive into the walking and biking data.
Great. Okay, is that all you had then, Alder? Yes? Okay. Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this, I'm not sure if it was exactly answered, but we had received some email comments about the high injury network and seemingly disconnect between some data that shows, as it was referred to as Speedway and Glenway, the crashiest intersection on the west side. And so, can you just give some clarification on how something is determined? Like, is there a certain number of crashes that determine that, or how is it determined if something goes into the high injury network?
Yeah, I probably should have Yang answer this because it has a lot of statistics in it. And but we worked with the TOPS lab to develop the high injury network. The idea is that it will be updated because it's using, like a certain period of data, and that person's response was about data that's, longer. And what we tried to do with the first one is use data before there was a change in the crash report. And then when we update it, we'll move to data using the new crash report. And yes, that may adjust the streets that are on the high injury network when that happens. But if you're interested, we have a whole document that was the presentation to the TC about all the ways that it was created. But it would come back here when it's updated again to look at it again and make sure that we still feel like we're on the right track with that high injury network.
Great. Thank you, Renee.
Yeah, actually really covered it really well. Yeah. And there definitely, I think there's some, some writers will feel some disconnect over there because also, the data we used, like with our last effort, is not up to date to the current, the current years. So, as we, get a more recent year data into there, hopefully, it feels more, connected with, with people's memories and experiences.
Okay, thank you. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. I think some of my questions that I had thinking about were addressed by others and by some of the discussion from Yang and from Renee. But I guess I'm interested in the Safe Streets for All, and the sense that I understand that you're still working on getting that finalized, that application. You've got the application, but now you need to put the plan together, I guess, of how you're going to use that. And I guess that I would be more interested in that. I understand now what you said it was going to be. You've got those funds for 5 years, so, and you can't do everything all at once. So you, as a team, and working with Tom, you've got what are the top of the list, and what is the things that you're going to maybe tackle later on, or as it comes on. And I appreciate what you said, Yang, that if people have a concern about a certain intersection or a street or something, if there's low hanging fruit that you can do that with your own operation funds. But I don't want to necessarily say we have to know all about all of those projects, but I think it would be good to know what your how you're going to prioritize how you're going to use that $6.3 million that you're going to have over the next 5 years to spend, and how you're going to, what is the magnitude or the order of where those funds are going to go first, and what are you going to maybe have to wait until later or something? Does that make any sense? I just to follow up, finalize. Yeah, you don't need. I agree with Harold and the others have said about not having to do the evaluation report every year. But I think it's good to maybe more know what are your next, if you want to call it an action plan, or your plan for your next year's bigger projects. So that's my only comments. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. That's a great question. And we actually just had a meeting internally among staff, city staff, talk about kind of the plan to roll out the Safe Streets for All projects funded by the $6.3 million. And Rena, you want to talk about more of
sure.
that? Maybe priorities, time sequence.
Sure. So probably Bill knows more about this, but obviously bigger projects take longer, more paperwork, things like that. So we were really trying to strategize how we fit this into all the work that we have, and making sure that we can meet all the required deadlines across the 5 total years that we'll have. And so, trying to think through, like, for we have 2 kind of larger corridor projects, one on east of Highway 30 on East Washington, and one on Schrader Road. And just thinking through, like, how we can kind of get that all started to make sure that we can meet all of the federal requirements that we have on those larger projects. And then our plan is to talk a little bit more for some of our projects that I would call more Safe Streets Madison size projects, and streamlining those, and what's going to be our best way forward to make our targets, to get those done with the easiest, and not get ourselves into any trouble with a federal audit in the future. Bill knows that you don't want that. And then, we have some other things, like was mentioned here tonight. We have some corridor studies. And what we tried to plan out is, like, for instance, one of them is Regent Street between West Washington and Monroe, which has construction funding. So we need to get that one, like, rolling first if we're going to meet, those, to get all of that safety study done, our corridor plan in place before it's in the budget to start the construction. So kind of trying to look at that to make sure that we're getting things rolling, both in terms of the level of paperwork that is needed, and also ones that might influence future already funded reconstructions or resurfacing. So.
Okay, thanks, Ann or Renee. I mean, my wife drove home on Schrader Road this afternoon, and she said the city is surveying, have all their surveyors out there today working on the survey. So she said, "Is that something that you know anything about?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I think something's happening, but I don't know any details. So yeah, no, you confirmed, that you when you have more expensive projects, it does take longer, more design and or effort to get those before you can implement those. So I think it's nice to have a multitude of different buckets that you can do your projects. But I recognize that with the staff that you can only do so much at one time, and that's the challenge. So yeah, okay, very good.
And I do just want to mention, this new Safe Streets and Roads for All has a pretty high reporting part of it because, they're also trying to justify that this new program should exist. So I think there'll be some opportunities to report on our reporting here.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, we'll see. You'll see it. Those kind of reports have to go to Congress when you're starting to spend that kind of money. So yeah, great. And I think so. The report is great, but I think having some a little bit of information about what your action for the next year is. I think that maybe is important too. I think, and I think that would be good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would think when Safe Streets Madison comes to the commission, that might be a good opportunity to hear about what's going on under that program, maybe in conjunction with the Safe Streets for All program, because we're leveraging the city money with the grant that they were able to get. Something that I noticed in your presentation was that you called it a Vision Zero progress report. And, Yang, you mentioned when you and I talked earlier that if we go forward biannually, as opposed to annually, I think it would make sense when you publish this report that you call it a progress report instead of an annual report. And that could perhaps be one of the, feedback items that goes into it so that it won't set the stage for somebody thinking that they might see it a year from now. So what I heard was that staff, while it's not required, might appreciate a motion to support staff in finishing and releasing the Vision Zero progress report, incorporating the TC feedback, and to complete the Vision Zero progress report biannually going forward. So is anybody willing to, Harold?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Alder Harrington McKinney? Okay, did you wish to speak to the motion at all, Harold?
No, thank you.
Okay, so basically, we're making a motion to support staff in finishing and releasing, incorporating the TC input and releasing the Vision Zero progress report, and to complete the Vision Zero progress report biannually going forward. Any discussion? And I would like to thank staff myself for all of the work. I've been on the commission the whole time, and as Alder Rummel said earlier, it is so exciting to see the progress and all the projects that have been done and the great work. So you should be so proud of this effort and have gotten national recognition as well. Any additional discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Okay, thanks so much. And I'm with Alder Rummel on needing a little bit more time to get across the street too. So something for you guys to keep in mind. And this winter, that's been especially true, right, Denise? Yeah, 2 thumbs up there. Alder, I mean, it seems like it's worse in the wintertime, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, thanks everybody. That's excellent report and excellent discussion. And we do hear updates from you, Yang and Renee, periodically in conjunction with other items and when we're looking for changes in action plans and projects, etc. So we'll look forward to hearing that as well. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, update on Metro Transit fare technology and fare collection strategy. Aiden, do we have anybody registered to speak at all anymore or no?
No.
Okay, good. Then I don't have to ask again. So Mick, are you doing this one?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. And I'm joined, Justin is here with me tonight, and then Ray Chan is our consultant that's helping us with this project. So he's here to answer questions when I'm done with this presentation.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question as to who Ray Chang was. Hi. Welcome. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that okay? Okay. So to start out, we're going to introduce some new fair technology, something that's been we've been waiting to do for a while now. And we're going to launch it well, we hope to launch it in July of this coming year with giving us a few weeks before BRT launches, hopefully in the fall. All right, hang on one sec. So basically, there's going to be some decisions that'll need to be made along the way. One of the big things that we want everyone to know is no fares will increase. The draft pricing that we're going to show you tonight is based on existing Metro fare items. And so what we're going to talk about is something new that it's much different than what we're doing now. It's an account-based system, and it's be focused on automatic fare capping so that riders will always get Metro's best deal without having to buy a pass in advance. You won't have to purchase the 10 ride cards or 31-day passes or day passes. That will just be something that everyone automatically gets at discount. Once we start installing equipment, fare readers will be installed at all doors of every bus. You'll be boarding at all doors when you board at a BRT station. This will increase speed, and we're not going to have people at the back doors to monitor whether people are going to pay their fare at the back, but we feel that research shows that this increased boarding speed is going to offset any issues with lost fare revenue if people don't pay their fare in the back. And we're going to train drivers on how to handle fare evasion, and it'll be something similar to what we do now. Basically, the driver won't leave their seat. They'll try to address it with that person verbally, and if that doesn't work, then they'll report it to a supervisor. So when a passenger boards at a BRT station, you'll board at all doors using a new Metro Fast Fare card, or you can purchase a single ride ticket or a day pass at a kiosk at the BRT station. And cash will be accepted at the kiosks, but not on buses. Now, these kiosks look like what's in this image here. There's going to be instructions in English and Spanish, and they will have ADA features. And some of those features will be the height of the screen and the buttons are ADA compliant, and there's an audio function with Braille on the buttons. And at the kiosks, you can purchase a single ride ticket. You can also purchase a one-day pass. You can reload a smart card, and it will accept credit cards, bills, and coins, but it won't give change. So what I just talked about was what is going to happen on the BRT stations. What's going to happen on our local buses at a regular Metro stop is that, well, what's going to happen is current fare boxes that we have right now will be at the front of all of our 40-foot and 60-foot buses. When they're on the local routes, you can use your old fare media and cash when boarding. Readers will be installed at the back door of every bus for rear door boarding on our standard buses that we have right now at a later date. And when you're boarding a local route, a regular Metro stop, you'll board at the front of a bus, and you can use cash or old fare media basically anytime you're not on a BRT platform. So for future plans, at some point, we'll be phasing out the old fare media, and fare boxes will only collect cash with paper transfers no longer being issued. And that'll be sometime in the future. And one thing to point out is some of the local routes will use the 60-foot buses and board at BRT stations. Those will be like the F and the R on the west side. And when those local routes are boarding the BRT stations, it'll be all-door boarding, and tickets will have to be purchased at a kiosk, and we won't accept the old fare media on the BRT station. So to start out, we are going to encourage people to get a fast fare card, and those are going to be free through 2024. And you can pick one of those up at the Metro main office or through the mail or at a sales outlet. And basically what you do is add your money to your card through an online account. You can go to a sales outlet, or you can add money to the card at a kiosk at the BRT station, like I mentioned earlier. And basically what's going to happen is you're going to tap your fast fare card every time you ride. The system will deduct $2, which is our standard fare right now, our adult fare. And then when you ride multiple times, you'll get Metro's current multiple ride discounts along the way through fare capping. So what is fare capping exactly? Basically, riders will put money into an account and you'll buy your ticket until you can pay your fare up front. It's our monthly passes are $65. So that's a lot to pay all at once. So basically now a rider who pays separately gets the same discount as a rider who pays in advance. And this is a complicated slide, and that's why we gave this to you ahead of time. But basically, the current pricing of our fares are a single ride is $2, a day pass is $5, and the 31-day pass is $65. So the single fare, if you tap your card, it'll take $2 from your account. After 3 rides, that's going to be $6, but that is going to exceed the cost of our daily pass, which is $5. So it'll be capped at $5 for the day, and you won't be charged to ride the rest of the day. Now, if you get to $5 4 times that week, that'll take you up to $20. But we'll cap that at $16.25, which is 1/4 of a $65 31-day pass. Transfers will still be in effect. It'll be valid for a 2-hour window, but all you'll have to do now is you'll just tap your smart card, and the smart card will just serve as a 2-hour pass. What'll happen if you don't have any money left in your account is that if an account runs low, the system will allow you one more ride. You'll need to reload the card, and we encourage people not to throw the card away. It'll be a $2 replacement fee. So you can just go to a sales outlet, go to the kiosk, or go to Metro to add more money to the account. And there's going to be an auto reload feature coming later in 2024. So to start this out when we launch, we want to start out just using fast fare smart cards. You can also use single ride tickets, which will be purchased from the kiosks or on BRT platforms. In the future, we'll release an app that allows you to reload media and have a QR code to board on using the readers. And in March 2025, you can use a tap credit card, Google Pay, and Apple Pay to get the fare capping. There's also a new set of sales outlets. Basically, there'll be nearly 100 sales outlets in the Madison area, and those will include Quick Trip, Walgreens, dollar stores, and others. And we'll contact our current sales outlets to see if there's any interest in switching to the new system. But just to mention, we only have 60 outlets right now, so we're going to add, just going to this, we'll have 30 more outlets throughout the city. And one other thing that we have to sort of figure out is currently we have discounts for youth fare, senior disabled fare, and low-income fare. So to make it easier to understand, we're proposing a single half-price fare that would apply to everyone in these groups. And so how we propose that is we're basing our proposal based on the 31-day pass price of $28. So we are proposing a $1 single fare and then a $2.50 day pass price point. And that's based on half of our current day pass of $5. Then we're proposing a $7 weekly fee with a $28 cap for the month. Staff will have to figure out a process for how people can register with us to get that half price fare cap added to their accounts. For future rollouts, in December of 2024, like I mentioned, you have an auto account reload. In 2025, we'll have tap credit cards, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and credit card wallets. And then we also will expect to roll that out onto paratransit as well. And in 2026, we'll also have this NFC feature on an app. And explain the NFC feature, Ray will probably help me explain that if there are questions on that. There's going to be a transition process as we work through this. We'd like to switch everyone to smart cards as soon as we can. We're going to give free cards to all new users. And starting in 2025, it'll be a $2 card fee. We're also going to charge a $2 replacement fee. We'll do a promotion this summer encouraging people to bring in their old fare media, and then we'll load that dollar value onto a smart card. Social service agencies, they all seem to have a specialized way that they distribute some of our passes, so we'll need to work with them to figure out the best way to distribute our new fare media to their groups. So discussions at future meetings will be bringing back a revised fare tariff based on the feedback we're receiving tonight at this presentation. And since we're not raising fares, we don't believe a public hearing is required for this, but we're still looking into it. And that's what I have for our presentation, and we're ready for questions.
Thanks, Mick. Comments or questions for Mick? Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. Mick, I know at one time we talked on the commission about UW system to get away from having the cards that we currently use for all the employees, staff, and students and so forth. How has that been being impacted by this system with the UW?
Ray, are you ready to help me with this one?
Yeah. So we're exploring multiple paths with the University of Wisconsin to try to make it seamless for them as well. We're exploring items such as a virtual ID that they may be using with students and others in the future. And with that, we're looking to see if an NFC capability can be added to that or an alternative method to create that seamless experience for students and others affiliated with the university to make it easier for them. They still recommended to have a fallback option for folks who don't want to use a mobile device. So I believe, Mick, we're working to find cards or use the current fare, use the new fare medium in conjunction with potentially other virtual options in the future. Many of these things hinge upon technology folks at Apple and Google to ensure that there's compatibility from the application to the hardware from one side, and then on the vendor Masabi to ensure that there's compatibility between their devices and the mobile devices that people would use. It's a long, complicated answer, but it can be quite challenging.
I guess just stay tuned. In other words, those details aren't worked out yet. But I looked at my WizCard and it does not have a chip on it, so it won't work as a tab. So
yeah, if I can add one thing, so just to be clear for everyone, the NFC it's basically the functionality on your phone that will allow it to emulate and basically act as a tap card. And so that's the functionality that will be activated at a later time. Unfortunately, the WizCard, the technology that exists in the WizCard system is using a different technology than the system is, and they're not really compatible. So we can't just directly use the WizCards in our system. And that's why Ray mentioned we're looking into ways to, as they look at future transitions in their system, to make sure that it's compatible with ours. Because theirs is reaching the end of life already too. So
yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Alder Govindarajan, go ahead.
Thank you. And Bill, thank you for asking that question. That's one last question I had to ask. A couple questions here, slightly still related to UW though. I'm curious, well, first of all, are there going to be any price changes for the students and faculty? I know they have a reduced rate at UW as well.
No, everything will be based on our current fare structure.
Okay, cool. And then you were talking about how the WizCards would not work because of where UW is at with their system. But the current flimsy bus passes, I know that gets distributed to students at the start of every semester. Instead of that, will it be the new media that you guys were talking about, or how does that work?
We're looking to get smart cards for UW students to start out. So it'll be a thicker card.
Okay, perfect. And then for students after 2025, would they have to pay for it, or is that TBD?
I don't expect that they'll be paying for that as part of we provide cards as part of the UW project or as part of the UW contract. So we would continue to provide each student with a card.
Okay, perfect.
I think the only difference on that would be that right now there's a new card issued every year just because it's a temporary card, whereas in the future our hope is that one card could be issued for the entire duration of the student being at UW, because those cards will be durable and meant to last many, many years. So.
Okay, and will that kind of be linked to the student's status, or will they? Like currently, I think there's like a discounted rate that students have to pay, but once they're no longer a student, will that switch to the regular rate? How does that work?
I think, Ray, we've been talking about that one.
Yeah, that's a complicated question. There are systems that do that in the current rollout that card will be branded and won't be available for use for students that are no longer have that status with the university. That's not to say that isn't possible. I think in the initial rollout, that is the path that keeps everything together at the same time. Otherwise, there's significant coordination that can cause a lot of challenges.
Okay.
But certainly it's things that have happened in other cities.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And then unrelated to UW, I know on the Google or the slides you guys were sharing, it showed that cash would be accepted on local buses, even though the BRT will have the capability of accepting cash, but they won't on the BRT stops. Was that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there
and to be clear, you can still use cash on the BRT. You just have to use it. You have to put the money in the machine at the kiosk at the station rather than on the bus itself.
Okay, that makes sense. Got it. Okay, thank you. And then for the kiosks themselves not providing change, do you see that being a problem at all? I don't personally get change very often, but for folks that might use cash more frequently.
I would just say that buses don't provide change at the moment too, so I don't think it would be too out of the ordinary for expectations for riders.
Okay, perfect. All right, those are my questions. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Alder. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I emailed Mick this afternoon to ask some questions about the accessibility of both the kiosks and also the web and app interface for loading funds onto the card, and and primarily really wanting to know if the software was going to be in compliance with the web accessibility guidelines, the current version. So, Ray, I don't know if you can speak to that or if you guys are still investigating that, but that to me would be a major concern that there's a system that's accessible right from the get-go, because anytime we try to outfit a system that's already built and make it accessible, disaster is usually kind of the end result, and there'll be a lot of users who will benefit from that. Folks with vision loss, folks with cognitive disabilities, folks with learning disabilities that really need that audio or screen reader capability to be able to successfully ride.
I could take that. Absolutely. And that's part of the, a few things to note here is that as part of the requirements that were necessary for any of the bidders to successfully win this contract, that the WCAG, as you referenced, standards had to be adhered to, along with an ADA compliant platform. Masabi, the vendor, has stated that they are in full compliance with WCAG 2.0, as well as developing apps both on the mobile side and on the web portal side that will be ADA compliant. And we expect them to have items that are screen reader capable on both Android and iOS as well when those applications are released.
Great.
And in terms
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No worries. In terms of the ticket vending machines, or the TVMs as we call them, they will all have Braille. I think Mick alluded to that earlier, as well as I believe there's a headphone jack for audio, and the navigation pad is accessible, as well as having, I'm just reading here off the documents just to make sure I'm getting it correct. All operable controls shall be on the front vertical plane, and with no items that are sticking out, and that should enable folks who have mobility reach issues to access the panel, as well as our wheelchair customers as well. And if there are issues with the touchscreen, they can use that the directional pad that's closer to someone who may be in a sitting position.
Awesome. With the software interface, if you're in a beta phase, feel free to reach out to my organization to have us test. I'm really happy. I mean, what I'm hearing hits the check boxes for me, and I've also just had enough experience where folks will say they're in compliance, and then the real people show up to use the stuff instead of the automated, tests that things are run through for screen readability. And then the real people run into real issues. So happy to beta test before this goes live to really check for usability and accessibility.
And as part of the Arcadis, that's the contractor, that's who I work for, agreement with the city is that we're going to assist in a lot of that testing, not taking away from your own experiences, but also has a former developer experienced in working with individuals with disabilities and working with those screen reader tests. So certainly that'll be things that will help test on behalf of the city of Madison, but I'll let Mick speak to beta testing and inclusion of other folks.
I'll reach out, Denise, when we get to that point.
Great. Yeah, I think I really appreciate, Ray, what you're saying about the, you all doing the rigorous testing. I think that will help with confidence building. And then I think if there's a small group of us that also, after you're done, do some testing, that can help build the confidence. Because I think we're still trying to build confidence back with the disability community after the network redesign. So whatever we can do that accurately shows that Metro is really interested in making sure that anyone can ride, the better. I think, still helping build that confidence in the system. So yeah, just reach out when you're ready.
We have
if I could add one more thing too on just the. There is a potential in the future as well to use alternative media. So, we've been talking about just plastic cards everywhere, but there are some folks with limited dexterity and other problems that those are challenging for. And so there are options to have like wristbands and things like that act as a fare card that I expect we'll explore at various times in the future. Which could add some additional accessibility features for folks.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the potential of using my Apple Wallet, which is much easier than managing a card and trying to figure out where to put it and all of that. So yeah, I like that you're looking at stages and what can be rolled out in the future.
If I could add one more thing, Denise.
Yeah.
We have our outreach people, Shanae and Uriel, that will be glad to go out and do trainings and be available to help people with that ahead of time. So I can let you know about that, but we'll put that in our outreach this summer.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks, Denise. Pepe, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Well, thanks, guys, for the presentation. One follow-up question I'm thinking here is on one of the questions that Elder Govindarajan asked about the student card. Is that card intended to be non-transferable? Am I right?
Yes, correct.
So will the card have any name to it or any identification to what student it belongs to?
We are still working that out with ASM at the moment. Ray, do you have anything to add to that other than we've been talking to them about that?
I know with other institutions that are issuing cards, there's been an exploration of whether or not we can provide a blank card and then they can print a student ID on top of it, so it would become that one card for everything on campus, right? I don't want to speak for any particular university or college in town. And that would create a seamless experience, which would then have a name on it, right? So these cards are using a standard technology that is that can be uniquely tied to the system, so that allows third parties such as universities and other institutions to purchase their own cards that are compatible with the Masawi system that's coming in. So it's a non-answer to your answer in that case, that some may choose and some may not choose based on their institutions as well, but it's not prohibited by any means.
And just to add to the existing cards that we use right today, there's no security feature that limits them. So it's really not a big change from what exists today. I would say the one benefit of the new system is that the university will have better access control for when a student does leave enrollment or loses their card. It'll be much simpler for them to deactivate that lost or stolen card and issue that student a new card compared to the current system.
Oh, that's great to know, because that was gonna be my next question. About enrollment and potentially missing them. I'm more thinking on that side more than necessarily borrowing somebody else's card. It's more like when you lose it, ways to find it, make it more easier for deactivating those cards if they're stolen, not found. So great to hear that. Now, one more question I have regarding, you were talking about all doors and BRT buses having the readers in all of them, so you don't necessarily need to get on board in the front door. And then, of course, there's concern greater than zero, potentially, with the idea of evasion and how to manage that. Have you all considered what other cities have done in terms of for BRT bus stops only to have the reader or the payment at the entrance of the bus stop instead of at the entrance of the bus, or both?
Yeah. So, Mick, you want me to take that?
Please.
So this was, we talked about this with the former Policy and Planning Board probably 2.5, 3 years ago, quite at length. Many BRT systems use what's called a proof of payment system, which I think is what you're alluding to, where you actually pay your fare at the station and you just kind of get on the bus. That requires a fare inspector, so we have to hire people to roam the system and check people's tickets and issue fines if they have not paid their ticket. There were a couple concerns there. One is just, the cost of hiring those people to just walk around the system and checking people's tickets is pretty significant, in the number of people we'd need to hire to do that effectively. The other is that there's a decent amount of data that shows that profiling is a real concern in those fare inspections, and targeting specific people for checking their fares, and then potentially issuing fines, in a inequitable way. And so those things all kind of led the Policy and Planning Board down a path of not using that proof of payment system. The other thing that is a very real concern and very specific to us is that, the past program with the UW that we've talked about the fare revenue is paid by the ride. And so it's not just UW doesn't, and ASM doesn't just pay us a lump sum of X dollars per student. They actually pay us $1.40 for every trip that is taken by a student. And so it's very important for us to have that real accurate tracking of those rides. Unfortunately, a lot of data shows that when you use that proof of payment system, folks with unlimited ride passes tend to forget to tap their card at the station because they know, even if they forget, right, they're not going to get issued a fine for not tapping their card because they already have an unlimited ride card. And so we thought it was an important step to make sure that we accurately tracked how many people use the system. And so for all those reasons combined is why the Policy and Planning Board directed us to go forward with a non-proof of payment, more traditional payment system. Now to the next question, I'm sure the related question is, well, is all-door boarding going to increase fare evasion compared to front door boarding? And the answer is probably yes. However, I think the cities that have done it, there have been several U.S. cities, including San Francisco, that have done, very robust, statistical studies of doing this, and they've ultimately, moved in that direction and stayed there. In Europe, it's kind of common practice, in Germany, for example, for everywhere, it's just all-door boarding. The overwhelming, or the overall feedback from, I think, a lot of that research is that it does increase fare evasion slightly, but the savings to the system are more significant than that loss of fare revenue. And that savings to the system is improving the boarding time, reducing the time spent boarding the boarding process. Means that the bus is sitting still less at the stop and moving more often. And that can cut time off the route, that can improve travel time for riders, and it means that the buses can be more often on time, as well as potentially even cut time out of the route and save driver time. So the general gist of the research from around the country and nation and in Europe is that the benefits outweigh the impacts of a slight increase in fare evasion. Now we are taking steps on these buses to reduce that potential for fare evasion. For example, on the 60-foot buses, the larger buses that will be used for the BRT, we have a system set up to where when the doors open, there's an interior camera view of each of the middle and rear doors that shows up on the driver's dashboard. They don't have to be relying on mirrors seeing all the way to the back of the bus. They've got a camera view right there, right in front of them. And if they see somebody get on without paying, they've got a microphone right here that they can just say, "Hey, you need to pay your fare." But ultimately, as Mick said, it's not like we're going to stop the bus and the driver get out and force the person to. They're going to verbally remind them. If they still don't, the bus will keep going and we'll address it. Have a supervisor board at that point somewhere along the route and address it. But we feel that we've taken appropriate mitigation measures to reduce the likelihood of fare evasion while still getting the benefits of the all-door boarding. Sorry, that was a very long answer.
Yeah, no, thank you for the thorough answer. I really appreciate knowing, that you went through all those steps for landing at this solution. And it sounds also like having those cameras set up there will eventually help keeping track of evasion, if that's something that you're hoping to keep track to kind of compare, the results at the very end. But yeah, again, thank you for the answer, and happy to hear the whole process. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Pepe. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just follow up on the tracking of fare evasion part. Am I correct that at least the new buses and maybe eventually all buses will have automated passenger counter things so that you will know this many people will have boarded at this stop? And you can compare that with how many people have tapped their card?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's helpful because, I think I'm fully in support of what the plan is, but I think keeping track of what it does to revenue, and it will also, when we look at ridership numbers, we want to make sure that those are accurate and they will be largely based on fare payment. Okay, a couple specific questions. I'm assuming it's not going to be possible to have multiple passes on the single card. Scenario being, I have my card, I have a friend with me, I want to pay their fare, but because of fare capping, that probably does not work.
That is correct, Ray. Do you have any more details on that?
That is correct. There, with fare capping, there is a limited amount of time. Well, with the 2-hour transfer window, with the 2-hour pass, there's a limited amount of time you can that the card will be inactive for, to prevent someone from just handing the card back on the single 2-hour pass transfer window. That's sort of the downside of going that route. That's not to say that the system can't support a passback control. It's just that's the policy move to enable that to work correctly.
Right.
That's similar to what we do now with our current pass program.
Right, but currently I could have a 10 write card and I can tap it, I can stamp it twice if I'm writing with somebody.
Yeah,
right?
That's correct. Yep.
I mean, maybe it is a possibility somehow through the app to enable that. I mean, I think it is a nice user feature for parents with their children. You would want to have your kids have their own card, but I understand it's challenging. Paper transfers. So if I understand it right, if you're paying cash on the local bus, you no longer get a paper transfer and therefore would have to pay again when you transfer. Is that correct?
Once we move to that, yes, we would like to transition to that. But to start out with, we'll be issuing paper transfers on the local routes. They just won't carry over to the BRT stations. So we're really going to push to get people to switch over to the smart cards this summer so that we don't have a lot of those issues to deal with. But we'll be pointing that out to people.
Okay. And you want to get rid of the paper transfers because that is a feature of the old fare boxes, which eventually will be phased out?
Correct.
Okay. Makes sense. Can you explain to me what the role of the QR code piece of all of this is? I got kind of lost with that. So you have the smart cards, but then you will also be able to use a QR code that's generated through the app, but then eventually you can just use NFC with the app. I got kind of lost with this.
We're going to start out with, we're concerned that boarding with the QR code might slow boarding at BRT. Right. So we're going to start with cards. And there is an app that is going to have the ability to have a QR code on it that you can board and just point that up at the reader. We'll release that later in the year as we see how that, how fast that, how that might affect boarding. So that will be a feature later on.
Okay. Yeah, I heard from Milwaukee where they have QR code based ones, and that doesn't seem, as you said, it seems to be slowing down boarding. And I guess the only reason to have the QR code for people who have a phone and the app is if their phone doesn't support NFC or until you can implement NFC, I guess, right?
Yep, correct.
So at some point it might make sense to get rid of the QR code option.
Yes, we're hoping to go to NFC. It's just, it's not coming along as quickly as we had hoped.
Too bad.
Yep.
Commute passes we haven't talked about yet. What's going to happen to those? Or commute cards, I guess.
The commute card, that is something we still are working out. We're going to have to reach out. We have about 100 commute card clients right now. And so a lot of them, we're going to talk about the account-based system. And, some people with this smaller amount of employees might just opt to just put money in everyone's account and let them get fare capping automatically. We think that'd be the easiest way, but we'll still plan on being able to invoice them per ride if that's the route they still want to do. We've talked to a few people so far, and some of them are interested in just putting money into the account, and some are concerned about the extra administration that might come along with that. So I think we have 100 conversations to have with different people to see what they're interested in doing at the moment, but we're going to start doing that this spring.
So it's 100 riders, not 100 companies?
I'm sorry, it's 100 companies, not 100 riders. It is 100 companies. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you.
Then final question, the fare proposal. So you mentioned at the end, you will be bringing a fare proposal to TC, which is not what you have presented in the slides here. It will be a different fare proposal. Did I
What was in the slides that we'll include, but there are a few other things that will just give you a whole complete fare tariff, just to show you what it would all look like. So it'll be a complete one, but what we showed in the slides is the draft fare capping that we're proposing.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Thanks, Harold. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. So one question on the speed of boarding at BRT. So if folks are all going to be tapping as they enter BRT, you still imagine the time savings are going to come from the fact that there's 2 doors and hopefully tapping will be quicker? Is that basically what's going on there?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. I think that just sort of clicked for me after hearing this so many times. Then the other thing, I guess, is on the transition from old media to new media. I think I finally made sense of it after reading the slides several times and hearing it talked through. And I think it's fairly straightforward, but the slides are super confusing. So as you're communicating this transition to the public, and if it comes to public hearing, I think there's a much simpler way to explain what that transition will look like.
Yep.
That's it. Thanks.
So focus on explanation, right? Yeah. Pepe, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on a question by Harold regarding being able to pay the fare for your friend or your kid. I know other cities have solved this by creating a window of time. Like some cities have like a window of like 10 seconds. And if you tap twice within those 10 seconds, then you're actually allowed to pay twice for 2 people. And then if the 10 seconds pass, then the whole interval of transfers gets activated. Do you think that's something that could be explored as an alternative?
Others, it depends on how those cities have implemented it. In many cities, so Chicago being the closest one that has a passback program, the drivers actually have a separate terminal to interact with. And that system is much more costly than the system that is going on to Metro's vehicles. And it's just an unfortunate subset of the various experiences in the U.S. transit fare market. I know that's something to explore, and it sounds like there's some exploration here. I can look at that from a technical point of view, but it really depends on each individual fare vendor, and there's numerous amounts in the market. So unfortunately, it's very varied on what is possible with the different types of policies that are implemented.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other comments or questions?
Can I add one thing on that too? I know one thing that will be helpful to that is when we do add when the contactless credit cards and Apple Pay and all of that are active. I know personally, when I go to Chicago, I have a Ventra card. My kids don't, and so I'm able to use my Ventra card for me, and then I can tap my phone for one kid and my credit card for the other kid, which maybe isn't as elegant and isn't available for everyone without all of those different capabilities, but at least it will open up some options. So.
Bill, go ahead.
Thanks. I can't let this pass without commenting on Mick's slides. Mick, you showed a picture of a 60-foot bus with that paint scheme.
Yes.
Did that say Metro on the? Or
yes.
Is that one of ours?
It is one of ours.
So that is our paint scheme.
Yes.
Very nice. I think we should start using that, or start rolling that out and promoting it in some of your where it's.
That's the only picture we have at the moment.
I like that. I like that picture. I like that. I like the paint scheme. I just couldn't let it pass without.
We've received 2 buses to date. We have not. The second one just came in, and we are in the process of final acceptance of them. So we haven't actually, we haven't bought them yet. So we haven't rolled them out to the public. We're going through the final inspections and checks and everything. Once we finally accepted the bus, We plan to do some show and tells.
I think that would be well worth it, because I think that when people see that will answer a lot of their questions. Thanks.
Yeah. Great. Other comments or questions? Bill, was that all you had? Okay. Anybody have any other comments or questions? It sounds like one follow-up thing is, how do you pay for guests or children or somebody else? So that's, I know, Justin, when I go to Chicago, my brother-in-law has an extra venture card that he carries that he just gives it to me and I pay with that one. So I guess everybody sort of figures out a workaround, but it would be nice to be able to address that as well. Other comments or questions? And we will be having updated fare tariff come to us possibly at our next meeting. So we'll hear more about that at the next meeting. Anything else, Mick?
That's all I have.
Okay. Ray, thanks for joining us. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll look forward to hearing more next time. Okay. Chris, we have complete green streets policy and fire lanes. This dates back to our discussion with regard to the Starkweather plat, where we talked about the fire lanes and had that extensive discussion. Chris.
Thanks, Ann. Hi, everyone. Chris Pedikowski, Assistant City Engineer, the City Engineering Division. And today I wanted to present to you folks a memo that staff group put together. We had a staff group from engineering, traffic engineering, planning, and fire department get together and meet and talk about some of the issues that we ran into with the Starkweather plat and conflicts between the CGS and fire lanes in that encountered during that plat approval. And I'll share my screen here and kind of just go through it real quick. So as a quick refresher, the issue that we dealt with was when you have a neighborhood street or a neighborhood a mixed-use street, those are generally thinner streets in the complete green streets typology, and they have a maximum travel way of 22 feet. That's allowed in the document. And then when you're dealing with multi-use or higher density buildings that are being developed, those require fire lanes to get them approved. So if a building's up to 30 feet tall, they would require 20-foot fire lane. If they're over 30 foot tall, they require 26. So that's the issue we had with the Starkweather plat, is that they had some very high intensive land uses and some larger buildings. And we had an issue where they needed 26 and we were only allowed to have 22. In that case, the commission did and grant them a variance. And since that time, we've been kind of meeting as a group and talking about it, and want to try to avoid that in the future. So we've got a number of things now that we think can help and when this situation arises again. And I'll go through them real quick. So there's kind of four different I think things we can move forward with. The development team could ask the Transportation Commission for a variance. That's what happened with the Starkweather plat. But I note in here, this is we want to try to use that as a minimum, right? We want the plats to meet CGS. So another option, this is done in many cases. A development team could redesign their site to include fire lane requirements on their parcel and not in the street. So a lot of times we used to see that more and more where there's a parking lot adjacent to the building. It's got a drive aisle, and they just widen out their drive aisle of the parking lot, and they can meet that requirement. So that has worked in the past, but as we grow denser and try to have less parking lots, that may be less of an option moving forward. A third option is a development team could choose to upgrade their construction methods, and that may include upgrading from a wood frame to like a steel frame, providing multiple staircases to the roof, enhanced sprinkler systems. We are not able to require that, but that is something they could choose to do. And my understanding is this option, when you're in that kind of 4 to 6 story, 4 to 6 story building, that my understanding from this is that this can be pretty cost prohibitive for a developer to do that. So so that is an option, but may not be used a whole ton. So the next thing we worked on was some alternate street designs that could meet CGS and provide that 26 feet. We didn't really kind of have these on hand during the Starkweather plat time, but I think we could, use these in the future. And now that we've had time to kind of sit back and go over a few alternative designs, these could be options. And I'll go through these real quick here. So one alternative design is to, limit parking to one side of the street, and then use like a rolled curb, a low profile curb on one side of the street, and pave at least a portion of the terrace with some kind of pavement, concrete, most likely. That would provide the 26 feet, unobstructed, adjacent or in the right of way. So that's one way to do it. The next way that alternative street design that we thought could meet it was 2-lane streets with no parking on either side. So then you'd have 11-foot drive lanes and 2-foot curbs. That would get you your 26 feet together. So these is another option. A lot of times when we have higher density developments, they usually want the parking in the street. So this one might be a little challenging to get the developer on board with. The third option that we looked at was, again, limiting parking to one side, but including kind of a wider panned curb on the other side. So this is similar to the first option where we kind of paved a little bit of the terrace. This would provide a wider curb and then a 22-foot travelway to come up with that 26 feet altogether. Sometimes that could be, used potentially as a bike lane. For reference, I pointed out a picture of a portion of East Johnson that has this wider curb pan. They do use it as a bike lane in that case, but that's kind of what it would look like if that was a alternative design shown. The next one was a small island, like a low profile curb in the middle of the street. So what this would do is it would provide two 11-foot drive lanes, but the space here, together between the parked cars, you'd still have that 26 feet, so that the curb would be low enough that it wouldn't inhibit the fire truck, and that would be able to just drive over it no problem. It would be kind of similar to like a little 1-inch or 2-inch rumble strip that you might see somewhere around town. So that is another potential alternative design that we think could work. And then the last one. So these last two, I think, have a little more promise when a developer is really hoping for the two-sided parking. That is what happened on Starkweather, and this would provide that. This next one has one-sided parking, but the way it's oriented, you could fit a lot more cars. So that might be more desirable to a developer. What we have here is one-sided parking, again with the rolled curb and paved terrace, which gets you your 26 feet here. But then on one side you have back end angled parking, and you can fit a fair number more cars that way in doing that. So those are kind of the ideas that the staff team came up with to kind of deal with this issue in the future if it arises. I think there's probably even more ideas yet that we haven't thought of, but we kind of went around a number of meetings and kind of presented out to a bigger, wider group of agencies at the city and got their input as well. And this is kind of what we're coming up with right now. So we're hopeful that the next time when a plat comes in like this, so that we have taller buildings on neighborhood streets, that we have a number of different ways that we think we can get the project approved and built and not require a variance from the policy. So that's all I had to present. I think a few of the staff teams here too today, if you have questions.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. This is great to have more options than we had when we were looking at Starkweather. Comments or questions? Chris.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate working through this and coming up with some cool ideas. I know we're not the only ones that wrestle with this, and it's neat to think we might be coming up with some solutions that other folks haven't. So that's great. Question for you, I guess, first, does the fire code say anything about what length of the road we have to accommodate this for? Is it the length of the buildings? Is it the entire length of the road?
Bill's here, but I think it's quarter of the building, if I remember right.
So Chris, I guess.
Bill Sullivan, are you here?
Yeah,
25% of the building face, I believe.
So the building code says parallel to one entire side of the building, and then we modified it locally to say no less than 25% of the perimeter, because we had some architects that were giving us a very short blank wall that didn't do us a whole lot of good. So one parallel to one entire side of the building is sufficient. And we can, Chris, we can chop that up and do two different areas of the building. We're willing to be flexible with that.
Thanks. Chris, you mentioned the option number 3, which is the upgraded building. I know it's cost prohibitive, but you said we could not require that. Is that just, can you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think, Bill, that is state statute that we're not allowed to require those.
Chris, let me give a little more detail. The fire department or the building code cannot require that. So we don't have the authority to write a local ordinance to impose something on the building code, fire code side of it. If the traffic commission or transportation commission or any other planning commission wanted to put some condition on it, that would be totally outside of the realm of the state statute.
Okay, thanks. And then just in terms of feedback, assuming, like, especially on the project that we already approved in Starkweather, assuming they want parking on both sides or more parking, I guess. I like the idea of D, which is a little median down the middle. I think it's a nice way of sort of calming the street still. Not a huge fan of the angled in parking. I've got some near me that is not super fun to bike around, especially. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what else might come out of this. So thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I had the same question as Chris about like the 25% requirement, and I understand now it's not 25% of one side of the building, but it's one side plus the at least 25% of the, yeah, okay. One question I have, and this might not work for cases where the developer wants parking on both sides, but would a protected bike lane count toward the 26 feet? So if you have, like, you know, low armadillo kind of barriers that you can obviously drive over, but would that technically count?
I think we might have to, if we wanted it to count, I think we'd have to write that into CGS somehow, because right now that's considered part of the travel way. So you'd make the travel way bigger. So the thing is with the neighborhood streets is they're not supposed to have bike lanes, right? So you're making, I mean, that was something I thought of as well, is like, could we just add bike lanes? And we could, but we'd have to change CGS to do that. And if that's something you guys want us to look into, that's an option.
Yeah, I think that would be worth exploring, because I mean, what I'm concerned is with these like wide streets is, you know, 26 feet. They look wide. They probably won't have a center stripe, so they just look too wide. And I mean, yes, in principle, neighborhood streets shouldn't need bike lanes, but if we have neighborhood streets that also need to be this wide because of fire code issues, then yeah, that might be worth revisiting.
Maybe that's one time we allow that. Yeah.
Right. Or yeah, change the code or the complete green streets guide. So yeah, let's maybe look into that. I don't think I had anything else. Thank you.
I think it's great to have these conversations because this is our time period to be gathering up all of the things that we might want to change in Complete Green Streets. Great discussion. Alder Rummel, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for this conversation. I understand there might be a special meeting of the Plan Commission about this too, so it's obviously a thing that you've helped create. So kind of maybe related less to your purview and more to plan, like how does this affect trees? I mean, does the fire department trump tree planting? I think that's kind of like what I'm hearing, and I hope that's not really true. And then a second question is just for us people who don't know all the acronyms. Could somebody tell me what CGSP is and what changing it, more about that, just so I'm on the same page? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the Complete Green Streets Plan. CG,
of course, thank you.
Yeah.
It sounded like fire code language, but that makes sense.
So the trees is another issue. We kind of, evaluate that separately. You know, we have the terrace and that flex zone space. So we do have to be kind of careful when there's the aerial apparatus that we're not, you know, putting too many trees in there. But that is something that the fire department and our designers are you know, kind of working with on each particular site plan and working those issues out. So that is something also that we have to keep in mind.
Well, yeah, Alder, we work real closely with the forestry, and then when it's identified on a development plan that the developer would like to use that as aerial access lane and designate that, then the forestry department is working to select more columnar trees, and we're trying to space them out so that there's space to be able to use our ladder truck to go in between the trees. So we don't like canopies tight together. We'll have them spread out so that at least there's some openings between them.
Is that all you had then, Alder?
I just want to state kind of my way of interpreting what Bill just said is that we don't want canopy trees. We want tall, maybe tall, but thin trees. So it's a trade-off that we need to always hold in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Darren, go ahead.
Just a point of discussion for my fellow commissioners to think about when it related to item number 3, and it was put out that, you know, the TC could possibly make it conditional. That adds exorbitant amount of cost to any building. I think leave it on the developer to decide if they want to do it. I could never imagine any developer to willingly sign up to that, because it would just drive the cost of development way up there. So I just wanted to just put that out there to think about, that it really isn't a feasible option unless the developer willingly goes along with it.
And Darren, that follows along with what we heard from the developer and the Starkweather plat discussion when we brought that up. So same comments were made. Harold, did you have something?
No, thank you.
Okay. Other comments or questions? So, Chris, then you're going to take this to the Plan Commission. Did I hear that correctly?
I was thinking no. This, you know, I was more, you know, interested in working on this for you folks because you were the folks that had to grant the variance. So
right, yeah.
And I knew that none of us wanted to do that, and we were trying to come up with solutions for us to not do that in the future.
Yeah, I think it belongs here because Complete Green Streets is within the authority of the Transportation Commission in terms of changing the policy, and you know, providing those variances that you're talking about. Tim, go ahead.
Hi, Tim Parks with the Planning Department. Just regarding the reference to the Plan Commission, 2 things: the relationship between Complete Green Streets and new development manifests itself most frequently in the subdivision review that runs through the Plan Commission. And in the case where there would need to be a variance, Transportation Commission would be asked to make a recommendation to the Plan Commission, but the Plan Commission would be the body that would make the penultimate decision on whether or not any variances to Complete Green Streets were approved. The Common Council has final say so on subdivision approvals. I believe on March 7th, Chair Zellers over at the Plan Commission was hoping to hear more from, in particular, Bill as it pertained to how fire lane requirements impact site planning. And so I believe that there's going to be a conversation about that. I don't know if it will specifically focus on Complete Green Streets, but that's something that we can work on over the coming weeks leading into that March 7th meeting.
Yeah, it sounds like you need to know if Chris needs to be there or not, right, Tim?
Possibly, maybe maybe he'll deputize somebody else to bring it to the plan commission. Give the guy a night off. But we'll talk and figure out A, what the plan commission is hoping to hear, and B, what staff we need there for that discussion.
Sure. Yeah, I found the memo to be so helpful, Chris, and gave us several options that we didn't have when we talked about the Starkweather plat. So I thought it was very, very helpful and really appreciated it. Are there any other comments or questions at this point? And thanks to Tim and Bill for both coming tonight to help with the discussion as well. Anything else? Okay, and we'll, of course, we'll hear more about Complete Green Streets as we move forward as well. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have the Northeast Area Plan. Dan?
Hello, just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
I have two in a row, so I had to figure out exactly which one is going first. So give me a minute and share. So anyways, my name is Dan McAuliffe. I'm going to use my tired joke of you already know that because it says it right next to my face on Zoom. But I am one of the project leads on the Northeast Area Plan. What we are, the agenda may be a little unclear with our kind of purpose tonight, but we just wanted to give the TC a mid-process update, kind of a status check in the middle of the process to give you an idea about the things that we are looking and the recommendations that we are working on before coming through to the adoption process. So, all right, can everybody see correctly? I'm not on presenter view. Looks like everything's good.
Yes, looks great.
All right. And now, all right, great. So as you probably know, the city is working through the planning framework now. This is the Northeast and the West, which was before you a couple weeks ago, are the first two of our 12 area plans, larger planning areas, more frequent updates. The idea is that we're getting around the city much faster and keeping all the plan recommendations current in a way that we hadn't done before, just providing a more equitable planning approach. So the Northeast area, it is very large. It's about 7,500 acres. About 15,000 residents. It's one of our more diverse areas as well, with about just under half the residents being Black, Indigenous, or persons of color. Interestingly enough, it's a lot like Madison. We have more jobs than residents. So between the airport and the employment areas over there, as well as Easttown, this is really serving a kind of regional focus for employment in the area. So we've done quite a bit of outreach starting from about a year ago. Actually, today was our first kickoff meeting. We've done a lot of multi-agency open houses. Actually, that's kind of been one of our big successes. We are recognizing that residents don't have a lot of time, and we are trying to be very diligent about the time that we're asking of those folks. So partnering with the other city agencies or the Wisconsin DOT to provide a couple of topics in a single open house for residents has proved very successful in getting engagement and trying to meet people also where they're at. Couple things, our themes in our public comments, there really is excitement about improved transit, BRT, and the potential for new redevelopment on, particularly in the East Washington corridor, as well as the Easttown area. I think a lot of people see the development moving down East Wash and kind of waiting for new neighbors, as well as some of the commercial amenities, whether the coffee shop, restaurants, local business space as well. The desire for more walkable destinations is certainly something we heard pretty clearly. It's not uncommon, particularly as we move away from our more traditional design neighborhoods into our more suburban styles of development that occurred in the 70s and 80s, really segregating uses. So looking at opportunities to put those uses back together to create those neighborhood nodes for residents. Housing affordability is a big focus as well. Something that also was very heavily commented on is the relatively fragmented nature of the bike network in this area. We have a lot of great paths. Sometimes they're separated by an on-street facility that may or may not be super comfortable to a lot of users. You have to cross Highway 51 or Highway 30, particularly Highway 51, which isn't really great in any of the locations. We have the Imagination Center coming at Rindal. Rindal, also, while there's some positives coming out of that, there's a lot of apprehension from the neighborhood there. The Rindal encampment is something that was still at the top of the mind. It's no longer there, but there's certainly lasting impacts on the neighborhood as well. So we are approaching the tail end of our process. We have drafted our recommendations, got some good public feedback on them. We are in the process of writing the recommendations, putting them in a plan format, and basically preparing for adoption. It's actually a little more complicated than most because as part of these processes, we're also looking at how we incorporate recommendations from past plans, because our approach will archive those plans. So all the underlying plans, including the very recently adopted Greater Easttown Area Plan, which envisions a new development pattern for the mall area, as well as the Hawthorne-Truax plan, those will no longer be the plan of record after this plan is adopted. So pulling all those recommendations in, finding appropriate spots, and making sure that the actions that are being recommended are within the city's purview. So I'm going to go through a couple of the highlights of our land use recommendations. Because there was 2 very recently adopted plans, we don't have a lot of major recommendations. But the themes are relatively similar. We're continuing an approach of changing our generalized future land use category from areas of general commercial to more mixed use categories where we feel residential is appropriate or wouldn't be inappropriate. So previously, a lot of this was general commercial. That is generally not a land use category that we like to see residential in, and so transitioning that into a mixed use was super important. We also had just north of East Washington, I'm going to pull up my cursor here, hold on a second, kind of in this area north, transitioning a lot of our low residential, so predominantly single family, maybe a couple 2-family or 3-family units interspersed, but generally a single family neighborhood, transitioning those to a low medium, which allows for a slightly more intense housing mix, like a townhome, something that provides a still lower scale, what many would feel kind of a neighborhood feel, but still providing an appropriate level of increased intensity of these areas. There's a couple of scattered sites down in the Burke Heights area as well, centered around Thompson Drive. There is an addition in the north of transitioning a couple areas from their current land uses. The red is an addition of a general commercial at the intersection of Highway 51 and the interstate corridor. This largely kind of reflects what's there now. It's kind of a mix of convenience retail as well as kind of warehouse retail mix, where you kind of have some of these larger format retail service businesses, kind of reflecting with there, but also creating the potential for commercial uses serving a relatively intensely developed employment area. And then this particular parcel, we're recommending employment on it. It's currently recommended as open space. The history on that is it was not recommended as open space because it was particularly rich in natural resources. There was long-term questions about the ability to serve that parcel. We discussed this with Plan Commission. They agreed that it's probably appropriate to serve now that those wrinkles have kind of been ironed out. As I mentioned, this is we are incorporating the recommendations from past plans. So there's about 5 or 6 plans that we are working through. Making sure those recommendations, we're trying to be much more diligent with our recommendations in these planning processes going forward. We're trying to get away from those recommendations that are keep doing this existing city practice, plan for a plan. What are locations that are recommended that are clear within the city's purview to make sure we execute and consistent with our current city policies. A lot of times these were older recommendations that no longer make sense, but they were still in a plan of record. So our next steps in terms of our land use, there's a couple things that we're also working on. We are working on generating a height and a recommended height map. So there are certain land use categories that don't have height guidance or allow the plan to exceed the allowable heights. This is kind of complicated by the fact that we're working through the airport height limits. We were for a long time exploring the variance process on that airport height limit. We got some clarity now, and so we'll be working through with some recommendations on that. But our goal is to, provide a consistent recommendation that makes sense from a land use perspective, but also isn't conflicting with the airport heights requirements. We are also looking at a proactive rezoning approach coming up. There's trying to make sure our land use and our zoning code are consistent, and we want to make sure that we're not creating additional unnecessary process where we can simplify that and also prevent land uses that could be detrimental to the character of the envisioned character of the plan area. So I'm going to focus now on some of the transportation elements. A couple major ones where we've been a lot of focus on the roadways. So our first one is vacating some of the existing frontage roads on East Washington Avenue. This is a very similar recommendation that we had in the Hawthorne-Truax plan. So for example, the blocks, this is Portage Road right here, Independence, I believe this is Zaire or Thier, I can't recall which one. But all this development is separated by a frontage road. And as we anticipate redevelopment occurring, we often see consolidation of driveways, better controlled access. And we certainly, you can envision a redevelopment on those areas, but that redevelopment isn't necessarily accessible to pedestrians if it's set back an additional 100 feet from the roadway. It's not creating that urban environment, urban feel, which is again contributing to higher speeds on East Washington. East Washington, this area is a really interesting street. It's got that mix of, it's a transition zone really between an urban street and a highway. But what's really interesting about when we compare this area to the Isthmus, this area is carrying less traffic than the Isthmus. But if you ask yourself, where would you want to sit on a patio of a restaurant and have a meal? I doubt it's in the current spot at the Easttown area. And that's one of the things we're trying to rectify with this recommendation. Another area we're recommending vacation of right-of-way is on Commercial Avenue. So this is Thompson Drive right here, the interstate corridor. This is the original path that was envisioned for Highway 30. It never was built in this location, but there is about 250 feet of right-of-way, which is well beyond what we would ever need from a transportation perspective. Even if we built, everything we wanted in terms of protected bikeway or off-street path, pedestrian, side paths, give the canopy space as much as we could. It's really just a little excessive. And so thinking about how we could put that to better use to meet some of the city's housing needs or contribute in some other way to an appropriate development is something that we are looking at. We're also looking at what street connections could be considered. And the biggest one that comes to mind is Nakusa Trail. So what's interesting about this is the Nakusa Trail right-of-way. Nakusa Trail currently goes, it ends at Ziegler Road. This is a former Town of Burke subdivision that's come into the city. It's relatively unimproved. There aren't sidewalks on many of the streets. But the right-of-way basically extends through the park parcel. The street was never built. And again, when we kind of zoom out, one of the things we see very consistently in this greater Easttown area is we have pockets of residential that kind of stand alone, but they don't really form a cohesive neighborhood. Extending Nakusa Trail to Jana Lane over time is something that we think could really help to connect these areas. It also addresses a couple other issues. Right now, Commercial Avenue serves as the front door. We know that there are particularly some problematic intersections with the highway on-ramp. We did a neighborhood walking tour, and it was very apparent standing in this location that it's a challenging intersection. Cars are driving at inappropriate speeds in those locations. it really isn't the way that you want to have a neighborhood connected. So looking at this is something that we are also considering. We also have a couple highway projects that are going on at the same time. With Highway 51, looking at how we can improve that. We are not creating new recommendations for this. We are pulling those directly from the Hawthorne-Truax plan, which the DOT is working with on their Highway 51 study right now. Those are generally don't further divide, maintain as much local access as possible, provide improved pedestrian and bike crossings, focus on safety as well. We try not to be specific with recommendations. We wanted to really focus on the outcomes, the intended outcomes, rather than the technique to get there. With the interstate corridor, again, because there's a lot of focus on, that intersection has a dramatic impact on the character and the developability of East Washington Avenue. And there, we have some recommendations. These are very, very similar to what the city's recommendations, which we have sent to the Wisconsin DOT on this project. They are adjusted slightly to reflect the plan's focus really being a land use document rather than a transportation document, but extremely similar. Very similar things. We might have just shifted kind of the points of emphasis, but they are, again, nothing too groundbreaking. On the bike and pedestrian network, again, kind of addressing that fragmented network, kind of finding those missing paths. A big focus on that was Portage Avenue or Portage Road. We kind of looked at, the Capital City Trail, how it comes through, and we have the two kind of splits, one's going north, how that crosses at Highway 51, and then the kind of path to the northern neighborhoods. Same with the south path. So going through the Stark or the Marshview path under Highway 30, how does that connect across Highway 51 and then support the southern neighborhoods? We also there's a couple other kind of technical updates that we did with this. One, we were showing a bike path kind of through the middle of the airport that reflected the past runway alignment, or not the runway alignment. So the transition of the city and line was the old boundary of the airport. We showed a path there. It would require going through airport property in the airport fence, and that's just not practical. So we rerouted that. But transitioning a lot of the peripheral roads where there are no sidewalks, we don't necessarily see sidewalks being built there, making sure that we have an appropriate facility that's safe and comfortable for cyclists of all abilities. Again, these are actually not again. This plan is one of our community action strategy plan. That's a rebranding of our former community development block grant plans, where we do have some federal funds to implement projects that are a priority to the neighborhoods. The biggest ones in these areas that we heard is lighting and safety, so particularly along paths and through parks. So that's something that we're going to be working on, along with some public gathering spaces. These are community priorities that we've had voted on as well. Similar in Burke Heights. So our next step is kind of completing that proactive height mapping as well as the proactive rezoning. I think there's going to be a couple other things that we're also looking at. We've begun that internal review process. There may be some other more technical zoning updates that we could look through as we move forward, but also getting the draft document prepared. We do anticipate a draft document being publicly available and our public meeting in April. We are intending to kind of have one of our co-open houses with Wisconsin DOT. That's kind of on their timeline for a Highway 51 meeting as well. It worked great. We get more people attending and feedback for both projects, so that's our target, with a adoption probably in June of this year. So at that point, that's what I have for the Northeast area. I'm happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Comments or questions for Dan, particularly with comments or questions on anything, but particularly with regard to transportation issues? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. This all looks good. I had one question about when you showed the low to medium residential in the East Wash corridor, like near East Town Mall. I guess I was wondering, I mean, a lot of that still seems to be quite low density given the proximity to BRT. Like there's a lot, I think a lot of it is not being rezoned and will remain, I guess, that single family zoned. Then the ones that are outlined a little thicker, so that's going to be, as you said, just duplexes, townhouses, that kind of stuff, which seems pretty low to me given that, yeah, we have the BRT stops right there.
Yeah, and I would say the scale of this map isn't the greatest to review, and I apologize for that. I should have sent the larger maps. So where we are looking at low medium residential is probably a block or two away from the corridor. We are focusing on far more intense land uses directly on the BRT, with a particular emphasis right at those station areas. So right now, those are. By right, most of those properties would allow a 5-story building, mixed-use building, built tomorrow with no review process. And it's kind of the way that it's the intended, it's intended outcome of what the TOD zoning ordinances allow. In many of our areas, we've updated the land use guidance. There may be an opportunity that those are some of the areas we're looking at for additional height beyond that. We've got support from Plan Commission for additional height beyond 5. We have to look exactly at how those transitions work to find that appropriate balance. While it's an urban neighborhood, certainly, and we expect differences of heights and intensities in urban neighborhoods, we want to make sure that the transition works well. We don't want to have a 10-story building next to a ranch house, for example. Probably not the most perfect transition, but we could look to what we did in the Capitol East District, where they did a 3-story plus a 30-degree incline as their kind of height guidance on that back residential edge, and that's probably what we will do on those places. That was a very long answer. I probably
no, I appreciate it. That's a very good answer. Yeah, then I guess you mentioned the WSDOT projects, which I guess are a little bit out of our control. So I appreciate the city actually providing input. I attended a I-3990 meeting yesterday, and it seems like WSDOT is already dead set on expanding the footprint of the highway and has all these ideas for larger interchanges. So
yeah,
figure out how we deal with that.
And I think, for the purposes of this area, when we look specifically at this area, I think our biggest objective is pushing that first stoplight closer towards the interchange, right? Because that's really what the issue that we have. If you distill it down to it, it's free flow traffic moving through the corridor at inappropriate speed. When we plant that flag, that first stoplight, that gives us the ability to look for slower speeds, more local access, limited driveway. I think when you look at even East Washington in the downtown core, we have a couple driveways per block. It's okay, right? We're not focusing those as our, we don't want a ton of driveways, certainly, but 1 or 2 in a right in, right out condition is okay. And I think, we want to live with a little bit of that. That's how cities work. We don't want to have every driveway coming from the backside like Easttown Boulevard, because inherently development will then turn us back on East Washington, which is not our goal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harold. Anybody else have any comments or questions for Dan? Okay, looks like that's it, Dan. Thanks so much. So sorry, I have a helper cat here on my lap.
Should I jump right into State Street?
Yes, we have item number 10, the State Street 2024 pedestrian mall experiment. So go ahead.
All right, let me get
I just had to get Xander off the top of my agenda. So.
That's okay. This is the downside about doing Zoom. I usually like to take my meetings at work because just more monitors, easier to control. All right, here we go. All right. I am still Dan McAuliffe. I don't know why. It just seems a thing to say. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick update on the State Street pedestrian mall experiment for 2024. You may recall that we came to TC, it must have been August, for the resolution directing staff to basically do this. You had requested as a kind of a condition of recommendation of approval that we come back here to kind of give you an update on the plans. Just go through, you probably already know this, but a little bit about the history of State Street. It really was one of the city's main commercial corridors through the area. Fun fact, when I was walking my dog through the neighborhood a couple of years ago, I found part of a shipping container from Sears Roebuck, who used to operate on State Street in the 300 block. So that tells you kind of the transition that has occurred. Kind of in the 60s, it was in decline. The city looked at kind of paths to forward. There was a young mayor at the time who really wanted a pedestrian mall. It was extremely controversial. Then everybody loved it. And then what we have, kind of today, over a couple iterations of design to kind of focus on some of the texture and the usability aspect. You may recall in 2020, we did kind of a temporary closure where we closed the street off to all vehicles. So you probably are familiar that we do have very limited allowances for vehicles on State Street. In 2020, just trying to get anybody downtown, we fully closed the street on weekends. As you can see, it wasn't quite successful, but that was 2020. Fast forward 3 years, Metro, through their redesign, for very good reasons, decided that the lower 300 blocks were no longer necessary and pulled buses off there. That started a much larger community conversation. It was if we don't have that regular permitted traffic going through these blocks, what can happen? And a lot of people in the community felt, we should push and look for kind of making it a new iteration of a pedestrian mall. So the Downtown Coordinating Committee really kind of took on this charge. We had discussions with several city commission or city staff members, including streets and mall maintenance, traffic engineering, our street vending coordinator, police and fire. We have had conversations with our disability rights specialists, Metro Paratransit, engineering, the business community, neighborhood associations. We've done a couple of surveys. We have a pretty good idea at this point, the ins and outs of the street. So the key lessons that we've learned from that are, first of all, this experiment is not going to change the street in any physical way. The street is in very good condition. There's no funds to do that. And actually, even if we were going to rebuild the street, it would probably be about the same minus the curbs. We'd probably figure out a way to do it without the curbs. But with the fire lane to everything else, it would lead itself to almost the identical condition. Emergency and fire access are really important, much like you heard with Complete Green Streets. The ability to get fire trucks in and put out fires is important, particularly in this area, because most of these are old buildings without sprinklers. They're balloon framed. If one building goes up, it's going to be a lot. So we need to get there fast. It's also important to think about how we as a city operate on the street, whether that's removing refuse, plowing snow, how we get in there to plant trees, all the things that the city does as a city to keep a city working. We have to get access in there. That takes vehicles in most common situations. We've also had some pretty key lessons about how bikes and pedestrians use the space. It's a main bike route. We understand that, particularly in the winter. We also had leaned in with our disability rights coordinator about making sure that it's accessible. So right now on State Street, it's only accessible. We don't have crossings.
Dan, I lost your audio there. Can you guys hear Dan? Dan, we can't hear you, Dan.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're back.
Okay, that was super weird. My computer just connected to my Bluetooth headphones that I'm not using. And I did not do that. So I apologize. All right, so where am I?
It's okay, you're back now. But you were talking about accessibility.
Yes, thank you. I have to find my window now. All right. So we had some comments about accessibility. We met with members of the Disability Rights Commission on site, kind of really trying to understand the issues that particularly people with mobility impairments face on a day-to-day in the State Street. So they can't do things that many people take for granted, just like crossing a street to go to a different business. They have to go to the end of the block. There's some deficiencies that we recognize that we will not be able to address, but we are definitely thinking about them in the long term, how we can incorporate those into future years. While this is a temporary one-year experiment, we're doing everything we can to make sure it's successful, and successful things tend to have a way of keeping going forward. So we have in the back of our mind, we have a short-term, long-term kind of project list that we'd like to pursue. We've had a lot of conversations as well with Renee about, the best paths for bikes and pedestrians. And we know there's a lot of opinions. That was actually one of probably the key comments that we received in our second survey once we put this concept out, was how are bikes and pedestrians going to work through the space. Business deliveries, businesses need deliveries. Deliveries are coming at different times. You can't lump all business needs into one because no two businesses are alike. That was something that we heard kind of loud and clear. We also have to think about residents moving in and out. Having a plan for the August window is important, but we also have to remember people moving out all the time. There's subleases, there's people moving out at winter break. If we just plan for that one window, it's not going to work. So we have to be kind of nimble in how we approach that, and having a flexibility to accommodate those uses as well. So in August, the resolution came through. You saw it; it was approved. The extent of the experiment, while originally thinking from Gorham to Lake, we've shifted a bit. It's actually going to be Gorham to Hawthorne Court because of the Lake Street Garage reconstruction, which will be routing traffic on Hawthorne onto State. We didn't want to have a pedestrian mall in an area that we knew that there would be cars moving through frequently. So our existing condition, kind of what it is, it's about 24 feet curb to curb, or face curb to face a curb, an 8-foot mainline sidewalk, which will remain open, and the terrace flex space of trees and cafe seating. We originally explored this with it started a kind of our diagram. This is our kind of first idea of just putting things down in the street. And actually a lot of these ideas ended up making sense and moving forward. So thinking about how we closing off the streets and using planters and not barricades for a couple of different reasons. First, planters better allow bike traffic to go through on one side, so we're not walling off bike traffics. The emergency closures at the farmers market really brought into focus on the staff limitations. Anytime we are proposing to close a street, as a city, we need to have staff that is there. So if we place planters in that block off the inbound lane, we still allow access while discouraging inappropriate use. We've kind of worked through that with fire. We will do final placement with fire, making sure it works for their equipment. But really kind of creating something that's more attractive than a barricade, has less staff time, and actually has a physical weight that if a car was to plow through it, the planters they're about 2,000 pounds with another 1,000 pounds of dirt in it. So they will definitely slow a car. Some gateway elements, and kind of some whimsy, kind of a selfie station, something that people would get excited about, post some pictures on social media, create a buzz. We also talked about street painting a lot. So this particular graphic is showing something a little just like a geometric kind of root pattern. We've actually changed that to a stencil pattern for a couple different reasons. One, it allows us to be more interactive, have a public event that brings the community together to actually paint the street. From another purpose, it just kind of mitigates a little bit of risk with timing. That's something that's a little easier to do. So with all this, we kind of leaned into the branding of Flock to State. Just an idea, given the proximity to Bascom Hill, the city's historic relationship with the plastic pink flamingo, it just all seemed to line up in something that was kind of fun for a 1-year experience. So this is some really kind of coarse renderings about some ideas that you can kind of see how it might look. You can kind of see kind of some of those gateway planters blocking the traffic on the inbound. They could be 1, 2. We'll work with fire on exactly what those might be. But a goal, again, providing that comfortable distance on the curbside to allow bike passage, allow vehicular passage inbound on the other side, but again, provide that visual and physical deterrent to prevent car or discourage vehicles from entering. Within the street, we're again looking at what we can do to reinforce that it is a appropriate pedestrian space that cars and bikes can also go through. So having some furniture within and facing into the street was something that we saw as a great opportunity to really kind of focus the attention there as well. Couple things that we've done. We added some planters on the travel side direction, providing just a little bit of comfort for people to sit there. There certainly will be hours of operation that deliveries or other vehicles will come through the space, providing that little bit of comfort on there. We did not have planters in the backside. That does a couple of reasons. First, it lowers the cost a little bit. It also provides the opportunity for those in wheelchairs or other mobility devices can sit in that area, sit next to the bench, create special space for them so they're not relegated to other areas. It works pretty well in that regards. So the furniture will likely be different from what we have. Because we are putting them in the street, we want them to be a little bit more durable. So we're looking at concrete that's not movable. We're hoping to not bolt them into the street. We trying to avoid putting holes in the gutter pan because of all the things that Wisconsin's winters do. But having something that's heavy enough that can withstand a Saturday 2 a.m. experience that sometimes happens on State Street. So again, with our furniture placement, the kind of inbound planters are based on a fire truck turning radius and a path for bikes. We are not going to have planters on the west end of the 400 block, kind of in the Gilman Street intersection. And that's strictly because the fire trucks just can't make that turning geometry from the direction of travel that they typically come. We will have the mid-block planters on the Hawthorne Court. And again, the street side of we are placing the planters at those kind of cross intersections on the street side of the crosswalk. We want to discourage vehicles before they start turning in, something that's really highly visible that won't interrupt the bike lanes on Gorham or anything like that. But our goal is to, avoid that turning in and realizing you can't go there, and then that awkward movement of getting back around. So as I mentioned, I kind of jumped all over the place, but the benches in the street would be out of the fire lane. We worked again with fire on this. The fire lane is 20 feet. We're leaving about that space here. We're also making sure that we're not spacing them so close that it doesn't create an issue with the outriggers of a ladder truck, for example. Those will go to directly 20 feet. We know our Madison Fire drivers are very, very good, but we like to give them a little bit more room for error than 3 inches on each side of a planter. So again, concrete for its weight and durability. So again, kind of getting back to the ideas of pedestrian and bike flows. So the mainline sidewalk will remain open. That was a big concern with the Disability Rights Coordinator and the Disability Rights Commission, just because it's their main path and provides direct access to businesses. After a lot of conversations, we are envisioning the roadway as a mixed space with pedestrians and bicycles without separated facilities. That, again, as you probably saw in the public comment, that is something that has been discussed a lot. But we kind of looked at the precedents around here, particularly the Library Mall and the State Street Mall and how those work as kind of that shared space. We do know that when the cyclists are entering the space, they are slowing down. It has been pretty much okay, is our understanding. Again, we are not experts on this, but we reached out to those who were. The other consideration that was brought up is even if we were to stripe bike lanes or a dedicated facility within the State Street area, there's no certainty that pedestrians would perceive those. If you are operating in a closed street, pedestrians will likely act like the street is closed. And so if we painted it, are we inviting a situation where cyclists will be traveling faster and than appropriate speed because they feel they have the right of way on a bike lane, where pedestrians may not be perceiving that issue? So again, these are recommendations that we came to after consulting with Renee, as well as I cannot recall her name right now, the disability rights specialist for the city. Rebecca? Yes, Rebecca Hoyt, thank you. So that's kind of where we arrived with that. As I mentioned, there's some public art opportunities. So we are looking at a stencil. We're working with local artists with a pattern of stencils, and we are anticipating or are hoping to have kind of the stenciling be our kickoff to the State Street pedestrian experiment. We're hoping to have it open in time for graduation weekend. So stenciling either that weekend or the weekend before is kind of the something to bring the community together, because that's really the whole point of the experiment, is create a gathering space for the city, for the residents, for the businesses, the visitors, all those places that we can lean in and create a great space. And so thinking about activities and things that bring people there is kind of the reason for this whole concept. So also, while we're talking about activities, the city doesn't have capacity to program these events. So we will be creating the space and allowing events to take place on there, and kind of facilitating that conversation with the relevant agencies like fire, making sure it works from a practical standpoint. But we are going to rely on our community partners like the BID to program the space. We'll certainly work with them. We had a lot of great ideas that came out of the survey, which is in the Legistar file. It's not really a good. It's largely an open-ended survey, so it's not like we can't kind of give you a summary of it because there was just really some good comments. But we had some great ideas, like, what would it like to do yoga right in the middle of the street? Like, I think people would come out and just set down a yoga mat with an instructor, and kind of, being in the middle of the street is just a cool experience. And yoga mats do not cause problems with fire trucks, as long as the people get off the yoga mats first, which they usually do. But yeah, we'll be working with the BID and other community agencies to kind of partner to program and create events that create interest in the area. So with, we've talked about the closure of the street, and it's important to kind of clarify what that means. So the closure would be open to pedestrians, to bicycles. It would be open to emergency vehicles and paratransit. There's also one tiny parking lot on the 500 block that no one knew existed, but it's there. So we have to provide access for those. But our intent is to close it to all of their vehicles during certain hours of the day. We understand that there may be need for deliveries, and we'll work with our parking utility partners about providing additional loading zones on the cross street to make sure there's some level of access during the hours of closure. But that was a big community question. When do we think the closures would occur? As I mentioned, our timing to start the experiment would be in early May, with graduation weekend. We definitely need to have that delivery window. And what we've heard from the community surveys, as well as kind of through our business conversations, is that right now the timing with greatest support would be weekdays after 3 or 4 p.m. And weekends. So providing that delivery window of the morning and into the early afternoon, transitioning it then to kind of that pedestrian active space, which actually corresponds when most people would have time to go to the street anyways. Part of the resolution, you may recall, is also measuring our outcomes. So we will have to provide a report to the Common Council in probably at the end of this year, summarizing, our findings. We do anticipate having activity counts to kind of compare pedestrian usage relative to this year and past years. As Renee mentioned, with the streetlight data, that collects all the information from our spy devices in our pockets, the anonymized cell phone data. We'll work with our BID partners. They have access to that data. What's really nice too is that it goes back. So we can define we can geofence an area, get counts from this year, get counts from years past. and kind of compare almost in real time exactly how the effect we're having. We also intend on having a business survey and a user survey via QR codes that will wrap the planters in, just so people can give immediate feedback. So if there's something like, oh, this planter's in the wrong location, I can't get my delivery vehicle, it gives us the opportunity to rapidly identify and address problems that may occur, but also give us just really good feedback during the process. So that is where we are at, and I am happy to answer questions on this.
Thanks, Dan. Comments or questions for Dan? Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. I like the idea of using planters a lot. And you just 30 seconds ago said something that suggests you're thinking about how to place those so that delivery vehicles will be able to service buildings.
Yeah, so it's actually that's so it kind of works along the line with the spacing for the aerial apparatus, right? So we're intending to space the planters in the blocks of the street. This spacing here. There's probably going to be about 100. We're doing, I think, 3 sets of benches per block. So there's 80 to 100 feet in between them. That gives, there's a semis that come for target. We are acknowledging that there needs to be space for those. There are probably times that 2 vehicles come at once. We need to have space that vehicles can pull off to the side and not just stick out in the middle of the street. So that is certainly something that we are thinking about. But again, if we find the survey and the QR code gives us the ability to, again, and that was just a for instance, right? We don't know exactly the issues that we're going to have. If we knew that we were creating issues, we'd address them in the first place. But you don't know what you don't know, right? So.
Great. Let me flag one thing that came up for me that maybe you're already thinking about. So if a delivery vehicle is entering the block, they'll go to the left to go around that first set of planters. I can imagine a case where there could be another delivery vehicle parked in the opposite direction, very close to that intersection. Mm-hmm. So maybe there's a way you could place a planter that would prevent those delivery trucks from parking too close to the intersection.
Yeah,
and I can sketch it out for you and send it if it's easier.
Yeah, that's something that it's kind of on our to-do list of design kind of tasks. So you're absolutely right, though. I mean, even again, for example, if you had an outbound delivery vehicle that was waiting at a red light to turn right onto Gorham, and you had an inbound vehicle, how does that conflict resolve itself? Do we need kind of a new temporary stop bar that says you got to stop 40 feet back from the intersection? All those little things. We're working through those. We are going to work through with our TE partners. We're working very closely, and again, this is kind of an in-process step, but want to give you an idea of what we're thinking about.
Great. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Any other comments or questions? Harold.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. 2 questions, I think. So will people still be able to drive straight through on Gilman?
Yes, we're not closing the cross street access is not being changed at all. So this is just on the blocks of State Street. So you'll be able to continue on Gorham, you'll be continue on Gilman. And yeah, Hawthorne doesn't go through.
Right.
Hawthorne doesn't go through, and
I mean, it's really only Gilman.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any consideration for changing that?
It's too much of a kind of a bottleneck. Police already closes that on kind of the weekends, but it is kind of the center of everything. It's a 5-point intersection. It does kind of, it's a little more challenging to close off through routes than it is to close off kind of blocks of streets when still allowing that cross. So it's something that I think we could look at depending upon how this goes. We're always looking for, how we can pedestrianize our areas. But yeah, it wasn't considered as part of this.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're experimenting, so we can make changes. And then, yeah, finally, one comment on the delivery hours. Those seem pretty expansive to me, and maybe too expansive for my liking, especially things like, allowing after 4 or 5 p.m., where, for example, bike traffic is the heaviest probably over the course of the day. So I think keeping in mind, when is there a lot of other activity going on, and preventing delivery traffic as much as possible during those times to just reduce those conflicts seems wise.
It's kind of finding that exact balance. You're absolutely right. I think if I had to pick a time right now that I think this will land, it'll probably be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're trying to create something that, works ish for the business community. It works ish for users. It's probably the wrong way to phrase it, but, trying to make it successful, we're trying to make it work for all users involved. And trying to find that balance that, takes the opportunities. And you're absolutely right. It's a great consideration with the bike traffic in the afternoon and how that works, and trying to keep the deliveries off. I think we can, it'll be in our hope, 3 o'clock would be great. If it has to be 4, maybe it has to be 4.
Again, we can experiment. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Other comments or questions? Okay, I think that's it.
So I guess thank you for your time, and I will probably see you next time for Northeast. So
thanks very much, Dan. We appreciate very much appreciate hearing from you on both of those tonight. Thanks. We move on to item 11, which is reports from TC members who are on other boards, committees, and commissions. Does anybody have anything to report? Harold?
Even shorter than usual, BPW met last week. We approved plans and specs for a couple of the resurfacing projects that we had seen, Old Sauk, McKenna, and one other that I can't remember. And that was all.
Okay. Thanks, Harold. Anybody have anything else? Chris?
Plan Commission approved a development around 700 East Wash, which is next to Constellation. And the commission raised some concerns about it adding traffic to the bike boulevard on Mifflin. And so the developer is going to work with traffic engineering to make sure that doesn't happen.
Great. Okay. Other comments or questions from other BCCs? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Next, we have announcements. I have one that I think you might like to hear. At our agenda meeting, we talked about the February 14th Transportation Commission meeting. February 14th is a rather special day for a lot of people. It turns out there's only one Common Council meeting in February on February 13th. We aren't aware of anything that couldn't wait until the February 28th Transportation Commission meeting. So we are planning to cancel the February 14th Transportation Commission meeting. We've been here 4.5 hours today. We've had some very long meetings. Combining the policy board and the commission together has caused us to have long meetings. So, anything that we would have had there, we can handle on the 28th. Bill?
It turns out that I'm going to be gone on the 14th and the 28th, so it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
I will send you and Aiden an email, but
okay.
It seems like I'm necessary, or I am an alternate, but it turns out I've been able to vote on every meeting that I've attended. So
yes,
I just wanted to make you aware that I hope the 28th, if you have a quorum issue, I can't help you on the 28th.
Okay. I appreciate, I made a note of that, but it's helpful if you send an email. But it's, so many long meetings, this with the council schedule being what it is, this is an opportunity for us to take a little bit of a break. So hopefully everybody appreciates that. Any staff have any other announcements? Nope. Okay. In terms of future agenda items, the 28th, we have a really long list. Action on the updated fare tariff, Metro's leased advertising space policy, crossing guard, transportation 2023 annual report, the annual TC annual work plan, transportation improvement plan, couple transportation projects, e-bike speeds possibly, annual crash fact report possibly, possibly a public hearing to remove the RP3 parking from Midvale, which we've postponed. But clearly that's too many to put into one meeting. So we'll, defer what we can moving forward. Does anybody have anything that we aren't currently tracking that you would want to see added to a future meeting? You can always send me an email if you do. Okay, seeing none, we do need a motion to adjourn. Oh, and Aiden will send an email out reminding everybody that we're canceling the February 14th meeting. Chris?
Move adjournment.
Okay, Alder Martinez Rutherford.
I will second.
All right, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote. A lot of great discussion tonight. So thanks everybody, and thanks for the attendance at another long meeting. Take care, and we'll see you on the 28th. Thanks, except for Bill. We won't see you on the 28th. Thanks, everybody.